do you think? That was my attempt at an intro song. What do you think?
That was fire. Come on. That was like video game meets Dragnet meets Law and Order. I was getting pumped.
I think it might be too exciting for us. The rest of the show will be a letdown. The song's too good. Welcome to the first episode of what we're tentatively calling Law and Order. I think it's a pretty good name, though.
I don't see us topping that, buddy.
That's right. That's it. That was, by the way, that was not AI generated. That was someone in my audience suggested that. So me, Rob Noerr, here with my good friend, Ryan Mullally. It is a pleasure to be here. I thought we would start off sort of talking a little about what to expect for this show, how you came up with the idea for the show, sort of what your credentials are, and why you wanted to work with someone like me. And then I'll explain why I thought this was a great idea for a show. So, Ryan, take it away.
Hey, man. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. So glad to be here. And so I'm Ryan. If you know me, it's probably because you've seen me debate people like Destiny or Pisco or Josiah or a number of other public debates that I've had. And for about 2 years, I did this politically homeless internet thing. I didn't have a channel. I was a centrist. I was an independent, and I was coming out and I was trying to explain what I learned in law school and why I thought the left was kind of going insane, but was coming at it from a centrist perspective. And I did that for 2 years, and the conclusion I came to is that there is no space on the left for somebody who values originalism, for someone who values small federal government, who values the things that I value. And so I decided to take my talents to South Beach. So, here I am. I'm setting up a project which I refer to as kind of the reasonable right. And what I mean by that is I'm kind of looking 2028 post-Trump and saying, and I think Rob and I we should probably talk about this more because I think we talked about it privately, but Trump to me is a big old bulldozer. And that means two things. We want to steer him so he bulldozes the right stuff and avoids the stuff we want to keep. And there's going to be some collateral damage, but that's step one. And then step two is, people on the right are going to need to step in and rebuild these institutions and rebuild in a way that is more aligned with our values and with the American moral values. And I think as, a lawyer or somebody who's done Supreme Court litigation, who's kind of seen it and done it, and as a former teacher, I have something to offer there. So that's the project. And I think pairing up with you is a delightful way to do that.
Yeah, I think so. I know you said it here, but just to be clear, you are an attorney. So we're going to focus on sort of legal issues, not just contemporary legal issues that maybe are facing Trump, whether it be cases or challenges against sort of some of the things he suggested, or cases against people like, there's a lot of high profile cases that are coming up sort of with others being indicted there in the political sphere, but also in general, sort of what the founding fathers sort of had as an idea for what our legal system and where our sort of moral and legal foundations would come from as a country. And so you are an attorney. I am not an attorney, but this is a topic that I'm heavily interested in. I think that sort of the way that we explained it and from interactions that me and you've had in the past, I think I'm more heavily focused on the bulldozing portion of it to what you would think is sometimes a little too far. And you, I think, are focused more on the actual building up. What do we do once sort of, let's presume we've done enough to end corruption, or we've set sort of a foundation where it's like, okay, here's a good place to go forward. What is it that we're interested in creating, or how should we go about things there? And so there'll be some things on the periphery that we disagree with. But in general, I think we both believe that there are certain things that needed demolished, and Trump represents that. He may go too far, he may not go far enough. But the idea is, how do we both say, this is what needs demolished, this is the corruption that needs rooted out, or sort of the culture that we have that maybe is things that we need to uproot, but then what happens afterwards? So a post-Trump world doesn't necessarily mean rooting for Trump or MAGA or anything that to go away. It's just the impetus that got us Trump was people feeling, look, the system is corrupt. It doesn't speak for us. What do we do once we clear that hurdle? What does clearing that hurdle look like? And then once we do, what do we build up to ensure we don't find ourselves in a position again where basically there's this nuclear arms race for both parties being like, well, lawfare against the other side until the end of days. Like, what can we do going forward to build something better than that up?
And I think giving a concrete example is helpful about where our distinctions and why this project makes sense as a collaboration. Like, I think one thing we might both agree on is that the Department of Education has become an absolute nightmare. It is making things actively worse. And I was a teacher for 10 years. So, this is a subject that I have some firsthand knowledge of. And that's to say nothing of higher ed and all the other problems it causes. So let's say Donald Trump was successful and he basically eliminated the Department of Education. That's not good enough, because if you eliminate it, things will break. And when things break, the kind of like the left is going to come in with bleeding hearts and the stories about all the terrible things that are happening, and they're going to try to rebuild the exact same Department of Education. So when you bulldoze it, there needs to be people on the right who are ready to come in and say, this is my solution. This is what we're doing in Florida. This is what we're doing in Texas. This is how we're building a community-focused education that's responsive to the needs of the families and is working better. And you can't just bulldoze, you have to build, and you can't leave too big a gap in between. If you bulldoze and you wait a full election cycle, you're going to give the game away, right? So the two have to work hand in hand. And I think that's actually part of the project, right? Is figuring out how to get to a place where we're not purity testing each other and we're saying, okay, let's have a productive conversation about what we need to demolish and then what replaces it, so that we can actually win some of these fights.
Yeah, I totally get it. And if you're out there, this isn't a legal example, but something that I think is going along the lines of what you speak of. I'm old enough to remember when the Republicans ran over and over and over and over and over again on repeal Obamacare. Okay, great, agreed. And replace. And then when they got the chance, it was like, oh, we didn't get to the replace part. We're just like, Obamacare bad. And it's like, okay, what's the replacement? Similarly here, like for me, I'm someone who's like, hey, we should disband the FBI. And then what? Right? Something has to come after that. And, it's easy for, someone like me that's focused more on like, oh, look, there's corruption, but you need that second part of it. And I think that ultimately that's what we're likely to see if we see a Republican win in 2028 or going forward. You're going to see people like a J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis, wherever it is wins, they're going to have to be like, okay, we need to keep demolishing what needs to be demolished. But now is the time to start saying, we got to start building back up. If we get rid of the Department of Education, have something ready. What are we replacing with? If we get rid of the FBI, or if we, massively limit certain federal policies that we have now, what are we replacing it with? What's that look like? And so I think that's important. By the way, that's one of the reasons I liked what Vivek Ramaswamy had to say. He actually had a plan for like what to do with FBI agents if you were going to massively disband it. That's important because that level of detail, I think, assuages a lot of fears that it's like just someone like me or Trump or someone that's like going in with the sledgehammer. It's like, okay, but then what? Because the devil you don't know could always be worse than the devil you know. And so it's like, you got to have some sort of replacement.
And there's one thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, real quick, answer that. And then, why is it that because I think this is an interesting part of it as well. You tried to sort of have this message when it came to like the left as well, and that's not really working out. And so I know there's been a lot of conversation about you on X lately with some left-wingers that are sort of pushing this narrative that you were never a centrist, you were always this like far right figure, and so that's why we won't put up with you, and that's why we reject everything you say.
Well, the thing that happened to me, I'd say I want to be honest about it as to the extent I can. It's like it was a confluence of events. I voted left my whole life, and I'm not a young guy, right? Especially for the internet. So you're talking like basically, I guess I was too young in 2000. But every presidential election post 2000, I was voting left, right? Until 2024, where I sat it out. And so, I think when I came online, I was presenting myself as a lifelong Democrat who would become an independent because I was dissatisfied with the party. And I was trying to hash that out. And, but how did I get there? A few things. One, I went to law school, right? And when I was a left winger, I was in a kind of vibe-based voter. I wasn't deep in policy or law. I grew up in a Democrat household. All my friends were Democrats. I was in Teach for America. Obama, I really wanted Obama to win because I was teaching in a black neighborhood. It meant a lot to my kids and the community I was in. Like these things mattered to me, but I wasn't deep in the weeds. And then I got to law school and I was exposed to like Justice Scalia for the first time and a principled case for originalist thinking. And it just kind of blew the doors off my echo chamber. So that was a shift from me. Like I just was exposed to these new ideas for the first time. And then the other thing that happened is the left lost their fucking mind. They just went off the goddamn deep end. And I don't know exactly when that happened, but I know I became increasingly aware of it in 2020, 2022, let's say, somewhere in that time frame. And those combinations of things pushed me in that direction. But yeah, I think what happened now is, I piss people off on the left a lot. I really piss people off. And I think the reason I do is that, I don't know if your audience is familiar with Thomas Sowell, but he has this idea that the left is all about this unconstrained vision. They want to have the utopia. They want to usher it in. And that means there's only one true opinion. It's the one true opinion that leads to the utopia. And if you were smart enough and wise enough and educated and kind enough, you would believe the one true opinion because that's the rational thing to believe. And I disagree with them fundamentally. I think they're just wrong. I think they're wrong about basically everything. But I look like them and I sound like them and I'm educated in the schools that produce their people and I walk in their circles and I logic and I reason and I speak the way they speak. So it pisses them off because they think I owe them a different conclusion. And in that way, it's just, I don't know. I find that I get pushback in a way that a diehard MAGA does not because they think I owe them my allegiance for some reason.
And the other thing is, this is true of all sort of things. People that are from these circles, or at least have dealt with them, are more likely to have inroads into an audience of theirs than someone from out. So, for example, if I debate them, you're filthy MAGA people, we don't care. The audience doesn't care. But if someone like you is like, I didn't vote for Trump in 2024, right? I was a lifelong lefty. Here's where I see, like, it makes you more persuasive, which is why a lot of the actual content creators and sort of bigger voices on X, they ain't gonna like you, right? Because they know their audience will be more sympathetic to you than they would someone like me. Same is true, by the way, of my position, like being a right-winger. If there are more extreme right-wingers, I'm more likely to their audience to listen to than someone that's coming from the left, that the right-wingers are going to be like, we don't care what they have to say. So now give us a little grace here on our first episode. I think we have a general format. The idea of it was we'll basically have two topics, try to cover each topic for roughly 40 to 45 minutes, though obviously those could branch out into semi-topics, and then what we want to do is take audience questions. Now, obviously, super chats will be prioritized. So if you have a super chat, unless it's something absurd, or against terms of service or something like that, we will try to respond to that. So any question you have, and it doesn't have to be limited to the topics we address. So if there's some sort of issue, and remember, we're more focused on sort of the legal or at least the political that could get into the realm of legalness with questions of that nature. So I'm sure Ryan would be happy to answer what his favorite breakfast foods are and all of that stuff, but maybe it'd be more productive while we have his time to address this. So what sort of, I know that you have a couple topics you wanted to talk about tonight. What's sort of the first thing, you had a story kind of out of Florida, right, that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw this on X, but Governor DeSantis retweeted me recently because, and this is just, I actually have it up on my profile as an example with Destiny deciding to block me and DeSantis retweeting me. And I think I said something like, people wonder why I decided to build my political project on the right. And you have like a major political figure who he doesn't even know me. He's just like, that's a good idea. And then you've got, Destiny, who won't even speak to me anymore because he's so irritated at whatever the fuck I said to him. So, but yeah, what DeSantis was talking about was Chicago. And he was talking about the fact that, they're putting up ice-free zones and there's kind of this Cold War happening where in terms of the legal framework, if there's a finding that Trump is unable to enforce the law with ICE in Chicago, that justifies a National Guard deployment. And this is tied up in the courts right now. And so it's very obvious that the mayor of Chicago does not want ICE there and is not cooperating. But they're playing this kind of this game, right? Where the mayor doesn't want to go out and say, we're not responding to ICE 911 calls, because that would be a critical fact in the case.
Correct.
So he's playing another game where he's saying, okay, you can't use our parks to stage a raid. You can't do X, you can't do Y. And they're going back and forth. And the point I made, and I think it's useful just to give your viewers some history, is you got to realize that the people who say it's about the ICE raids, we want to stop the ICE raids, are full of shit, because we had a system prior to Donald Trump. This was in the Obama era. This was a George Bush program called Secure Communities. And Secure Communities was so simple. Anytime somebody in any state arrested anybody, they ran their immigration status. And if they were illegal, they reported it to ICE, and ICE could request a 2-day hold. And then during that 2 days, if ICE scooped them up, they could get deported. When people say Obama was the deporter in chief, this is how he did it. He didn't use raids. He used the Secure Communities program. But the sanctuary people didn't like that either, right? They tore that program down. So when they say we don't want ICE raids, well, you didn't want the other thing either, right? We had a system that prevented the need for ICE raids. Now you hated that. Now we can't use that system, so it's ICE raids. But there's nothing that will ever make you happy, right? There's nothing other than just not enforcing immigration law will make you happy. So let's not pretend like it's about the raids. It's just absolute ahistoric nonsense.
That's absolutely right. The truth is they don't like the law as it is written. They think that when the federal law agrees with them, they say, that's great. We're a nation of laws. We have to uphold the law. When it disagrees with them, they say, we don't like that part. And so therefore, we'll make it as burdensome as possible for you to enforce these federal laws here. Now, maybe a good starting place for this conversation, because it's a conversation I've had a lot on my call-in show, which has to do with the idea of federalism. Because this seems counterintuitive to someone who is just looking from the outside. It's like, I always thought it was sort of the right that was pushing more of state rights. But here they are, and they're rejecting the idea of a state like California or a state like Illinois having their say. Well, there are certain powers that the Founding Fathers entailed that would be that exclusively of the federal government. And then the 10th Amendment expressly says, if it's not outlined, then it should become the purview of the states. This happens to be one of the issues in who is allowed in our country, immigration, that it just intuitively makes sense that the Founding Fathers were like, yes, this is the role of the federal government because we don't have walls in between our states. So, for example, if we let in a bunch of people into the state of Arkansas that said, we're going to use militantism against vegans, and Arkansas's governor says, sounds good to me, and just lets them in, even though the federal government under Biden, for example, would say, those are terrorists. No, you can't leave them in. And Arkansas says, we disagree. We're going to allow them in our state. And oh, by the way, once they're here, we can't control if they leave the state. There's no law that says that they can't leave the state. You would see how it'd be nonsensical to say that the individual state could go against the whims of the federal government when it came to immigration and who's allowed in the country. So can you talk a little about how this doesn't really dispute what the Founding Fathers entailed with sort of the concept of state rights and federalism, because this is an issue when it comes to who's allowed into the country that should be the exclusive purview of the federal government.
No, absolutely. And I think that there's the left and the right talk past each other a lot in this area. If you saw my struggle session with Erudite, this happened, where she said, well, how could you be in favor of small government? And I tried to explain it, and I give the same explanation every time. So hopefully it works better here than it did with her. But when the right says small government, what they mean is the federal government should do less things. Its sphere of control should be smaller. Within that sphere of control, there's a unitary executive who is very powerful and has a lot of sway over policy. Not total, but quite a lot. And that's the small government that the right wants. And what are the core powers? Well, you know, on my podcast, Ordered Liberty, we were looking at, which by the way, Sundays, tune in. We were looking at Federalist Paper number 1. What were the animating concerns for the founder? It was things like defense, trade, border, national security, things that affected the nation as a whole, where if each state set a policy independent of each other, they'd be divided and weak. Now, an important comparison, because you get this talking point a lot, is the left will be like, well, you were so mad when Joe Biden tried to put in the vaccine mandate via OSHA, and you call that executive overreach. Why aren't you mad about ICE? And it's like, well, you got to go back to what I just said. Personal health choices are not the sort of thing the federal government was supposed to be doing. That was the sort of thing the states were supposed to be doing. Immigration, war, trade, That's the federal stuff. So it does matter. Like when Biden exerts too much executive authority in an area where there's not supposed to be any executive authority, that bothers me a lot more than when Trump exerts a lot of executive authority in an area where there's supposed to be a lot of executive authority.
That's right. Like, so for example, imagine that a small government lefty gets in and goes, you know what? We're no longer going to have a military, and we're no longer going to enforce borders, and we're no longer going to be involved in monetary policy, which, by the way, to my mind, I think that the Federal Reserve is a sham and should be illegal, but nonetheless, that's shrinking the size of government, right? But simultaneously, they're like, but we're going to prevent right-wingers from exercising free speech on social media. Well, if you just look at the number of powers or the ability to enforce it, there's less now under this Democratic purview. But the problem is they've shrunk the powers that we agree ought to be held by the executive and the federal government, and they've increased the power that ought not to be, that in fact directly infringes upon one of our rights, in this case, the First Amendment. And it is true. They want to look at it like they sort of, if I take it as good faith, though I don't think it is, I think most of them understand exactly what you're saying there, right? Right? It's, if we take them at their word, though, where it's like, it's not literally like, president could do 11 things and we say 10 things, and so then 4 less government, or president hires 1,000 officers and we only want 990, therefore we're less. It's not that. It's the powers that they exert and the types of them. Hypothetically, you could have a president that massively increases the size of a military, and that's not what we're talking about, the size of government, right? We're talking about wanting a smaller government in what their enforcement is and what their regulations and legislation are. And so this happens to be a specific issue where I think that I've yet to hear someone make a claim, even on the left, that it is not the purview of the federal government, and in specific, the executive branch, to enforce immigration laws. And I don't understand what the legal theory. In fact, this happened the opposite way when Texas tried to enforce the border, right, under Biden, and Biden won in court, right? That, like, no, you're not allowed to enforce the border beyond us. Like, that's something that happened, and the left largely cheered that.
Well, no, exactly, and I think that's why I was pointing out that secure communities story. And it's another great example. Like, there is I'm going to call them the sanctuary city types, because it's not even a left-right thing. It's a group within the left that is opposed to immigration enforcement, basically in all circumstances, right? Like that's what they're opposed to. So once you see that, it all starts making sense. Like, Texas enforces the border, that's a problem. ICE enforces the border, that's a problem. Local jurisdictions cooperate with ICE so that we can enforce immigration without any ICE raids. Also a problem, right? There's no solution that is good enough, because the goal is for it just not to be enforced. And if you watch the struggle session I had with Not So Erudite, at one point I said, I offered it up. I was like, maybe this could be a thing, kind of like center right types like me and center left types like her could agree on. Like, you don't like ICE raids. I don't actually love ICE raids.
Right.
I just want the law to be enforced. So let's make a bargain. We'll go back to secure communities. You cooperate with ICE, and let's just say turn over violent criminals who are here illegally. Violence and drugs, maybe. We'll come with a criteria. And we won't raid as long as you're cooperating, and then they just all get deported without raids. That sounds great, right? And her reaction was the same reaction I always get, which is, I think ICE shouldn't exist.
Right.
And it's like, well, okay, well, what are we talking about then? Because, like, if there's no way to make you happy, then yeah, Trump's going to raid, because it's just up to him. He has to enforce the law somehow. That's what he promised his constituents.
And here's the thing, right? There's an answer for that. There's an answer for ICE not existing. Win elections. Run on that. Change the law, right? But you don't get to be like, well, we just don't like this law. We don't like it. And so not only will we not cooperate in the enforcement of it, but we'll actually do everything possible to make sure that the federal government can't enforce it. And you're exactly right. Like, they want to couch it. I don't think that people pick up on, maybe at first hearing, the nuanced position you're taking. What your tweet was saying is, they're claiming we're against raids. Now, what they mean by that is like, oh, well, the shock and awe of just like federal troops coming in and arresting people. My goodness, that's bad. There must be a better way. And what you're saying is like, no. They're not interested in a better way, in a less kinetic way. They're not interested in that at all. What they really want is, because as you go down, like, okay, well, what if we did this? Now, we don't want that either. Okay, well, what if we did it? What if we sent case agents that weren't even armed nah, we're not really for that either, right? And at the end of the day, it's just, we don't like the law. Now, they know they're on the wrong side of this issue. Of course, as far as the tactics go, the American people are all over the place. And depending on how you're wording specific polling questions, you're going to get vastly different answers. But in general, I think it's undoubtable. Most people think that our border should be enforced to some degree. They might say, look, if you've been here and you've worked hard and you're nonviolent, maybe you shouldn't be deported. But in general, there is a specific subsect, including the very violent, that almost all Americans, or at least 80% or higher, would say, get them out. The Democrats know they can't win that argument. They can't run on that. And so instead, they're going to dig their heels in with lawfare and be like, we're going to make it impossible to enforce the law then. And when Biden was in office, that's what they were doing. They're like, we're not going to enforce our immigration law, or we're going to hide behind a bunch of loopholes. Well, technically, the way we're interpreting the refugee statutes are that anyone that claims it's allowed to be here, and by the way, we're paying a bunch of money to NGOs that are basically going to the Darien Gap and other places and saying, here's how you claim refugee status. When you get there, make sure you say these magic words. That way they have to leave you in. And then we'll say, well, once they've claimed refugee status, then what are we going to do? We have to allow them in. So it's designed to purposely avoid the spirit of what the law actually is, which is that we should have a secure border. And that's ultimately what's going on now, that you have someone in Trump that's like, okay, I'm willing to enforce. Biden may not have been, but I'm willing to enforce. And now the states find themselves in the position where they're like, their bluff's been called, and they're like, no, we don't want that.
Well, I mean, there hasn't been a change in the law, really, right? Like, I mean, if you really think about it, like, secure communities is still something that people could do. The problem is sanctuary states won't do it. They have local law that says they are prohibited, like in Portland and Chicago. They are not allowed by force of law to cooperate with the federal government on deportations. So it's not that was illegal, it's that the states just don't cooperate anymore, right? If you look at Trump 1, Biden, Trump 2, immigration law didn't really change. This is just all executive policy. So and all the way top to bottom, all the different permutations of the argument you've seen, the kids in cages era that people were making that argument, into the Biden mass immigration era, into the asylum abuse era, into all of a sudden asylum numbers are down. This is all just executive policy. Like it changes on the policy level. Like an example I gave, because in Trump 1, he made a very subtle change. This is his first term. He just changed the order that immigration cases were heard. Normally it's first in, first out, but there's a big backlog. He flipped the order and he said, okay, we're going to do first in, first out going forward. And why is he doing that? It's because, well, a lot of people are coming in and claiming asylum status, and they get to stay here for 3 years because there's a backlog before we even hear the case. So if we do first in, first out, well, the people who are already here are going to get a lovely delay where they can just be in the country for probably 5 or 10 years because their case is never going to come up. Good for them. But at least for the people who are coming in now, we can vet them and say, are you really an asylum seeker, or are you someone who's abusing the system and then you need to get out quickly and efficiently? And that's not a change in law. That's just a change in executive policy, right? So like, but the truth is, the position that the left is taking on this issue is maximum resistance, which means what they want to do is break the system and then yell and scream about the system being broken. Where it's like, how could you, like, we're going to do everything in our power to force you to raid is the only possible way to enforce immigration law. And then go, oh my God, why are you raiding? That's insane. And, once you kind of see the tactics, it becomes more obvious.
Yeah. So remember, get your super chats in, and we promise that we will get through as many as possible in the Q&A section. However, if I see a question that matters over on your chat, Mike Captain says, Rob lied when he said the left didn't want to enforce border policy. He has no proof of this. He's just speculating. Elsewise, they talked about the bipartisan immigration bill that was put forth in 2014. Okay, did they want to enforce the border in 2021? in 2022, in 2023? Just curious, because we saw record numbers of people coming to the border. Why didn't they want to enforce? All of a sudden, they just decided serendipitously during an election year. Oh, now they told us for 3 years the border's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Then once they saw the American people were like, we don't like this. This is a big issue in an election year. All of a sudden, they came up with a plan and said, oh, actually, we want to enforce the border. Now, the specific legislation that was put forth, yeah, you're right. It did provide funding to hire more judges, but it also had a bunch of other loopholes that came in. For example, it funded a bunch of NGOs that were actually telling people to claim this refugee status, which means they would have been allowed left in. It also said that a lot of its measures didn't take place until, depending on how long it had been, 5,000 people per day would be left in. Now, the reason that Republicans rejected this, or the majority of them rejected this, isn't because it was funding judges. It's because that in order to get that funding, there had to be a bunch of loopholes placed in that would ensure that thousands upon thousands of people would be allowed in legally. And here's the game they play. When you saw a place like Springfield, Ohio, never mind the eating cats and dogs story, what you saw from the left was they were like, but see, these people are here legally. And if you didn't want them here legally, then you should have never supported the rulings that allowed that to come. Now, what would have been the exact same here if we would have said, fine, we'll pass this legislation because we want some sort of securing of the border. They would have said, you voted for the law that leaves 5,000 a day come, so now you can't complain about it now. Now you have to let 5,000 a day in. You have to, because you voted for that law. Once the law was rejected, what happened? What happened going into the 2024 election? All of a sudden, the border crossings went way down. Why? Because Joe Biden passed executive orders that allowed him to enforce the border. Now, he did this right around election time, which proves that they always knew that this was possible to do, but they didn't want to do it. That's the key. They didn't want this. Just like they didn't want Trump to build a border wall in his first term, and they shut down the government to prevent that. Because, as is evidenced in both of those situations and in what Ryan is talking about here, these Democrats clearly don't want immigration enforced. That's what's going on. And to anyone that disagrees, then I ask you, why didn't the Democrats or Joe Biden do anything in 2021, 2022, and 2023 when we saw record amounts of border crossings? Why did they do nothing?
Well, I mean, and I think that's the obvious point, right? Like, between Trump's first term, Biden's term, and Trump's second term, the only thing that changed was executive policy.
Yep.
Executive orders were issued and then rescinded. That's all that changed. And by making those changes, your border numbers went from, almost zero during the COVID lockdown to catastrophically high, back down to near zero. So clearly, the executive power is sufficient to come up with solutions to this problem, right? Like, now, stuff like judges, that does need funding, but and obviously it's a giant bill. I haven't read all of it or even most of it, but my understanding is the Big Beautiful Bill had a lot of funding for immigration judges. That was part of what was funded in the bill. So that funding ended up coming through, a few months later. But yeah, I think that's it's such an old political trick. It was actually if you are old enough to have watched this show on The West Wing, it was like a political trope. Like you get mad at your team because they gave up an issue right before the election. Because of course the other side suddenly has a plan that they'd love for you to accept right before going into election cycle. And of course it has all kinds of little loopholes in it that you're going to find to your dismay later if you accept it.
And see, now we see Alishness says, Trump has no proposed legislation, no plan, nothing in front of him. The GOP 9 months has accomplished nothing, except the border being secure, except record low crossings. They accomplished that. And then as they're trying to then, step one, secure the border, step two, remove the illegals, as they're attempting to do that, Democrats at every step dig their heels in and fight them in every possible way. And the gaslighting here is just insane. This is, and I think this is what you're talking about, like, part of the reason that it's hard to have these conversations with the left. Even now, people presumably from the left are in the chat right now just blatantly gaslighting us. Oh, no, the Democrats absolutely want to enforce the border. Absolutely, they want to enforce immigration laws. Of course they do. Absolutely, of course they do. I mean, what are you talking about? There was this one bill that gave them a bunch of stuff they wanted that would have resulted in thousands upon thousands. I mean, again, 5,000 a day, if you take that out, what's that, 150,000 a month? Mm-hmm. I mean, that would have solved the issue, right? Allowing legally 150,000 a month to come in. Why didn't you do that? See, we tried to enforce the border. it's so frustrating because I don't know why they can't just be on. I know why the legislators can't be honest, but the people that are trying to gaslight us in the chat, what a joke. What an absolute joke. They're going to complain about Trump, who has literally, I don't have the current data in front of me, but at one point, didn't we go from having, under the Biden years, the highest months of border crossings to literally the lowest in recorded history under Trump? And they're like, not good enough. He should have done it in a different way. We don't like how he did it. I mean, it's surreal to watch this gaslighting.
Well, and this is why I get so frustrated with it, because I actually if people are fans of mine and they've seen me go on different shows, like there are things Trump does in the immigration context that I will fucking criticize. I've gone on debate shows to take the what Trump is doing is illegal position a few times. But that's in the weeds. That's kind of on the nuance, right? Like, is this deportation a good deportation? Did they do the paperwork right? Did they honor the First Amendment properly? These are in the weeds issues that are worth talking about. But I can't have that conversation if you're going to tell me that Biden didn't open the border on purpose, when like the most obvious explanation of what Biden did is he just came into office and rescinded all of Trump's executive orders. His policy was, at least on immigration, I'm just going to do the opposite of whatever Trump did. And that's fucking idiotic. I mean, first of all, just as a matter of like politics, you're basically letting the opponent control you because you just do the opposite of him. You're like a marionette doll who just does dumb shit. But beyond that, if we can't be honest about the fact that this was a problem, the voters didn't like it. It was something the Democrats did. They didn't have to. They could have done something different. They made a choice. Then how can we ever reconcile? And I would love to have a bipartisan policy on this. But if we don't admit that there was a problem, what are we talking about?
So we're saying that he had proof that he opened the border on purpose. That's a big claim. Okay, what's the alternative claim? Gross incompetence of the highest level that didn't notice how bad the border was for 3 years, that he was able to quickly solve through reinstating executive orders that he bragged about rescinding on his first day. So at what point, if you're sitting there and you brag day one, if you're Biden, about rescinding these orders, right? And then you watch the border crossings go through the roof over and over and over again, day after day after day after day after day after day. At what point did it cause Biden to finally say, near 4 years into his term, serendipitously again, right around the time of the election, oh, okay, we're going to put some of those orders back in. Now look, and then brag, look, border crossings are down. And again, the gaslighting lefties are, no, Rob, it might not be that this is what they wanted. It could be the grossest incompetence imaginable. It could be, let's say this, Ryan and me are giving the more charitable viewing. I would rather it be because this was actually something that Biden wanted and the Democrats wanted, other than the entire party is so grossly incompetent that they watched the border numbers for 3 years, and the whole time they're like, we're desperately trying to secure the border. We're desperately trying. Oh boy, and we're just failing every day. I mean, that's worse. I would rather have nefarious actors than gross incompetence of that level. I mean, and I'm tired of dealing with these gaslighting lefties.
The whole thing about like we're not Google, right? Like if you while Rob was making a very sound rhetorical point, I did 2.5 seconds of Googling and found the following. This is February 2021. Biden signed orders to end a 2018 zero-tolerance policy on prosecuting illegal border crossings and to seek unification of parents and children detained at the border. He also signed an order requesting a comprehensive review of Trump-era immigration policies and other immigration issues like the wall, et cetera, et cetera. He rescinded all of them. And what did he say? There's a lot of talk with good reason about the number of executive orders that I signed. I'm not making new law. I'm eliminating bad policy. All right. So there was a policy that reduced immigration. Now, maybe you don't like the way it worked. I'm open to the idea that there's critiques there. Like, I'm not saying it was perfect. There's tons of things to critique. But Biden eliminated it because he called it bad policy. And then the numbers went all the way the fuck up. So I don't know what more evidence you could want of this being intentional. It was clearly intentional. Maybe Maybe he thought it was good politics to open the border. Maybe he thought that was very popular with his base. Maybe he thought just being the opposite of Trump, like Trump was being kind of cruel and tough on the border, and he wants to be empathetic and sympathetic, and he wants to show that America's the light and bringing in people and letting them work here. Like, I mean, there's charitable explanations that you could give him, but the idea that it wasn't on purpose is just a fucking joke. Like, I mean, he said it. He said it.
We know, we know. And again, I just like to point out these comments because it illustrates the exact point that you were making. And it illustrates the Democrat strategy in a legislative body as well. And like what you see going on in places like Illinois and California, which is we'll just plausible deniability until the end of the day. Unless there's a notarized handwritten statement by Joe Biden, right, with 50 Democrats standing around him, holding a current newspaper with the current date that's filmed on at least 3 different cameras, that's live streamed to at least one major network that these people could trust, they're going to say, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe it's just gross incompetence. By the way, it's the same argument that I hear over and over when it comes to sort of like FBI malfeasance when it comes to things like Russiagate. Well, maybe, you know what it is? You know what? Maybe the FBI got a legal vice. Maybe Kevin Kleinsmith, this attorney, changed evidence from the opposite of what it said. Maybe he did it because he's grossly incompetent. So there you go. There's no real problem here. And again, it doesn't matter. If the burden of proof's not on me 100% to prove that they did this because they hated Trump. When the alternative explanation is they're grossly incompetent and no less than a third grader when it comes to how law enforcement and prosecutors are supposed to work. Either answer is these people need to be outed and they need to be removed. And basically, the intent was irrelevant as to the legal statute there as well. The same thing's here. You could argue, no. The problem is that the Democrats, including those now that are against ICE enforcement, they're just some of the dumbest people ever. They really want these migrants removed. They really do. The exact people that ICE is going after, they're like, absolutely, they're illegal, remove them. They're just so incompetent that they can't figure out how to do it. That's possible, I guess. There's a very small percentage chance of that. It's irrelevant to our discussion.
And the thing, this is why the secure communities talking point is so important. And understanding what sanctuary policy actually means is so important. Because that's a constituency on the left. It's not the whole left. I'll concede that. It's not the whole left. It's a group on the left that is opposed to essentially the concept of borders. That's what they're opposed to. And they have sway. They have clout within the left. And so they have political power. And you can talk all day about whether the wall was a good idea, whether a various policy is too strict, whether raids are a good idea. But secure communities was the least high impact policy you could ever have. It was only deporting people who were arrested for committing crimes, not immigration crimes, right? The cop pulls you over for DUI. They run your fingerprints. They're like, holy shit, you're not only driving drunk and endangering people, you're here illegally. So we're going to talk to ICE and ICE is going to come down and deport you. Like, I mean, no raid, and it actually focused on people who were committing other crimes, which is the thing they say today they want. What's the number one complaint about the raids? It's indiscriminate. It's picking up people who are just living their lives peacefully and not committing other crimes, which is true. By the way, I'm not disputing that. That is true. When you raid, you're going to get all kinds of people. But we had a system that did the thing you wanted, and you rejected that system. So what the fuck are we talking about, right?
Yeah.
And at a certain point, you just start saying, well, and Trump said this in one of the speeches he gave to Congress, where he's like, if there's nothing I can do to make you clap, I will stop trying. Right? Like, I'm okay. Like, if you're not going to play ball, then we'll just have to do it another way.
First off, thank you, Tony, for the raid. We really appreciate it here. So we're doing our first episode of Law and Order here. We're talking about legal issues. Right now, we're talking about sort of the idea of places like Illinois that are preventing ICE raids from occurring and whether or not it's willful, which clearly it is. Another thing to say about this is it's always amazing to me when they specifically come out and tell you what their ideas are. So, for example, going back to the Russiagate thing, when you see someone who's an agent that's one of those that are in charge, like Peter Strzok, saying, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump, and then you see all these things that occur where it's like, wow, that's really bad what he did that negatively impacted Trump, but that helped other investigations like in Hillary was doing, the left will feign ignorance. They're like, huh? What? Well, you don't have proof that that's, you don't have a signed statement for him that that's why he did these things. Similarly here, we can go back to the 2020 primaries for the Democrats. Remember when they asked, how many of you think it should be a crime to cross into the country like without documentation? None of them raised their hand. How many think that illegals should get some form of benefits? All of them raised their hand. Then we have people like Chuck Schumer going into the 2024 election. I could bring up the clip. He said the goal is to give all of them, all illegals in the country, a pathway to citizenship. That's his goal. That's what he wants. Now, that's the de facto leader of the Democratic Party. But what I'm supposed to believe from people is, despite that, despite the fact they rescinded a way to do this without raids that would have went after the worst of the worst, as you said, despite the fact that they intentionally allowed the border to be terrible for 3 years and gaslit us that that wasn't the case, despite the fact that they were able to easily fix it by Biden during the election, rescinding the executive orders that he put in place that allowed the mass influx of people, which almost immediately started to curtail the amount of people coming, despite the fact that Trump's been able to curtail it, right? All of that they're against, and now they're against the enforcement of ICE. They want us to believe, oh, no, they really want the border enforced. Forget about Chuck Schumer saying he wants a pathway to citizenship for all these people. We shouldn't take him at his word. We shouldn't look at all the fruits of what the Democrats have pushed for. Instead, we must just say, we don't know, they're trying their best. We don't have evidence that they don't want immigration not enforced. It's laughable. And again, I know like people watching would be like, well, why does this really matter? Because you have to understand, it's not just randoms online that are saying this. These are the arguments that sort of the Democratic pundits and the Democratic influencers, and to a large degree, the Democratic politicians are making. They're making the argument like, oh, don't worry, trust us, we're trying to secure the border. We are. We just stumble into doing everything the exact opposite over and over and over again that actually makes the border unsecure. Every time.
And the kind of, and I'm going to use the term in the broadest possible sense, the kind of progressive argument is always about breaking things and then asking for more power to fix it, right? So that's kind of their motif. And once you see that game plan, right, then you can start calling it out in real time. But to see it, you have to know your history, right? And secure communities, why is it such a good example? It was Bush started it, but it was perfected under Obama. And Obama had he had the highest deportation numbers in modern history. That dude was the deporter in chief. His numbers were through the roof. And the Secure Communities program was a huge piece of it. I don't have the exact figures, but from memory, it was like 300, 400,000 deportations a year, right? And we're talking about people who are arrested for crimes. So that's 400,000 people here illegally committing crimes gone every year. One would think that would be a tremendous success. And in fact, Obama viewed it as a tremendous success. And if you listen to Obama talk about secure communities, you would think he was at a MAGA rally if you listen to his speeches in 2013. It was all about the efficiency of this program, but it was attacked. And who was it attacked by? Not the right. The right was pretty mad about Obamacare. They were pretty mad about other things. This was not their issue, right? I'm sure there were some people on the right who were mad, but the primary attack was from the left, right? This program wasn't left enough for the coalition, the sanctuary city folks, to think that they should never, ever be enforced. And if you look now at how far this kind of like subset of the left has dug its heels in, if you look at the laws of Portland, it will say the police officers may not cooperate with ICE. It's not even a discretionary thing. It's not like the cop can, literally in Portland, under law, if a illegal immigrant ran somebody down with a car and jumped out screaming like, Viva Portugal, I'm here illegally, I am not an American citizen, and look at the crimes I'm committing, the cop couldn't, just of his own volition, say, I should probably call ICE about that. That seems like the sort of thing that I should, hey, you know what? Maybe I could save everybody a trial. If we have to have a DUI trial for this guy, that's going to cost $1 million. Maybe we just deport him, save the city some money. Can't do it. It's not even a choice. So once you understand that the opposition is dug in at that level, that's the context in which the ICE raids are happening, right? So then when they say, oh, these raids are so terrible, why are they raiding? Well, there's not a lot of options left. You've in sanctuary states, you've made all the non-raid options illegal.
Yeah, and it's like when you said that they're intentionally doing things that they know would be too difficult, they're breaking the system and then knowing the solution would be unpalatable and saying, well, we can't do the solution. I talked to a left-wing lawyer on here one time, and I don't have the specifics, but you can imagine how it went. He was talking about what his version of due process for illegals would be. And I was like, how long roughly, obviously it's different for each person, but roughly, how long would the process be from start of apprehension until they're removed? How long would that due process look like? Maybe a year and a half per person. Yes, per person. Okay, so if we're roughly going to deport 20 million people, right? How many years would it take given the current, like, sort of immigration judges that we have? And I believe his answer was 30 something years, right? And then it was, or we could just spend huge sums of money to do it the way we'd need to under what this person thinks would be legal. So it would cost trillions upon trillions. You know what? It's regrettable, Ryan, wouldn't you know? His solution was the exact same thing he wanted in the first place. I guess it's too late now. I guess now it's too late. So we need to give these people a pathway to citizenship. I know it's regrettable. Shucks, I wanted the border secure. I really did. I continued to support the people as people like Rob was screaming, the border's not secure, the border's not secure. And they were like, you're full of it. You're full of shit. That's not true. But now I realize they're right. But shucks, too late now. Now we got to let all the people stay and give them a pathway to citizenship. That's exactly what happens. It's constantly this idea of, and not to get too in the weeds here, but it's very much a Saul Alinsky strategy, right? Make them follow their own rules. If the rule is every time you say something, they have to write a letter, then say a million things and make them write a million letters, because inevitably they won't be able to. And then you could say, aha, you're not following the very rule that you've outlined for yourself. That's what they've done. They intentionally overwhelmed the system because they had a political prescription that they knew wasn't popular enough for the people of this country. They didn't want to see millions upon millions of low-skilled people in. They didn't want that. They weren't going to vote for that. Immigration laws like that. So they said, screw it. Then we'll have all these loopholes. We'll just not enforce the law. We'll gaslight people. And then when and if ever the other side gets into power and wants to do something about it, we'll say, oh my gosh, it'd be horrendous. And by the way, they did this under Reagan. The promise under Reagan was, look, these people have been here. You got to give them amnesty. However, we promise we'll secure the border. But they've been here so long. It's unfair to these poor people that are here. They've been here. I mean, we've already let them here 10, 15 years. So we might as well just say that they're allowed to stay. Okay, Reagan says we'll give you amnesty as long as your portion is this doesn't happen again. You secure the border. And they don't care. They'll just do it again. And if we did it again, if we said, fine, we'll give all these millions amnesty, but secure border. It wouldn't take 8 years. If they get back in power, same old thing. They'd allow the people in over and over again. Because this is their political agenda. This is what they want. And they don't care that there's not a will about it for the American people. They say, that's fine. We'll refuse to enforce the law. And then when you come into power and say that you want to enforce the law, we'll say it's grotesque. We'll dig in our heels. We'll fight with lawfare. We'll shut the government down. We don't care. We'll do whatever we have to hold out until we get back into power again. And then we could go right back to business as usual.
Well, and look, this is maybe an in the weeds legal point, but that's the nature of the show, right?
Yep.
People throw this talking point around when they say, well, being here illegally is not a crime. It's a misdemeanor, which is true. They're right. It is a misdemeanor, but they never say why it's a misdemeanor. We could have made it a crime. Why didn't we make it a crime? Well, because in this country, we have this wonderful thing called due process. And to convict someone of a crime, you have to have a criminal trial. And a criminal trial takes a lot of money and time. Now, you do not need a trial for misdemeanors. So we made being here illegally a misdemeanor, so we don't have to give you a criminal trial before an Article 3 judge. We can send you to an immigration judge, have a quick expedited hearing, and deport you. That's the reason it's a misdemeanor. But it's a great example, Rob, of the same thing that you're saying, where they say, well, being here, they use the talking point, being here isn't a crime. And it's like, well, it's a misdemeanor, but it's a misdemeanor not because we don't want to deport them. It's a misdemeanor so we can deport them faster. That's why the law is structured the way it's structured. And if you care a lot about due process, and I'm a lawyer, I do care a lot about due process. And you just putting my cards on the table, one area where I've criticized Trump is when he didn't give enough due process to certain deportations. I think you really do have to you can't play games with that. But there's a flip side to that. If you care a lot about due process, you should be very worried about letting in millions of people and creating a situation where due process will cripple the immigration system, because giving everyone due process is going to cost us so much money and so much time that we're going to have a hard time digging ourselves out of the hole. So I'm happy to criticize Trump when he violates due process, but at the same time, the same concerns make me worried about Biden, because he's inviting I think you put it very well right there. He's inviting a catastrophe so that then you can say, oh, well, due process, we can't solve it, I guess amnesty. And that's a fucked up way to proceed.
Right. And so now, just to be clear, misdemeanors are still crimes, though, right? Like, they're not felonies, but they're still crimes, right? But we don't have to have criminal trials for the process is expedited. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't the Supreme Court ruled that a deportation is technically not a punishment? It's sort of an administrative process. So the idea of due process, of you getting a fine as a punishment or getting imprisonment as punishment, and so therefore, because those are the potential remedies that you face, the amount of due process that you're entitled to increases, right? For example, if I'm on a criminal trial for a felony where I'm looking at potentially 20 years in prison, the level of due process, given the nature of the crime or the nature of what it's for, a criminal charge, etc., increases than sort of just like a parking ticket. Or in this case, something where, yeah, it's a misdemeanor being here illegally, right? But it's not a process. It's not like we're saying deportation is the same as imprisonment. It's not. The Supreme Court said it's not that. Mm-hmm. It's not a punishment. And so therefore, what due process are you entitled to if the government wants to do something that you don't particularly like that would affect you, but it's not a punishment? That's not, the due process level isn't as high as if it is they are directly trying to punish you.
That's exactly right. And you see that, I mean, it's in the Constitution. Felonies require a jury trial. Right. But if you look at misdemeanors in your life, like if you jaywalk and you get a ticket, do they owe you a jury trial for your jaywalking? Fuck no. They don't owe you shit.
Right.
If you get a speeding ticket, do they owe you a jury trial over your speeding ticket? No, probably not. If you have a misdemeanor, you are owed less process because it's less severe. And you're right. The Supreme Court's been very clear that deportation is not a criminal consequence. And why is that so important? It's so that we can have expedited deportation hearings. So all the law in this area was written to facilitate deportations. It's not like they picked misdemeanor by accident, right? It's not like people were sitting there being like, man, we want to be soft on immigration. Let's make it a misdemeanor. No, there were very savvy lawmakers who were like, holy shit, if we make this a crime, like a felony, we're never going to deport anybody. It's going to take 10 years. So they're going to appeal it, and they're going to have layers of appeals. We'll be in the Ninth Circuit and the Supreme Court every time. It's going to be like a death penalty case where it takes 30 years to execute someone. So what did they do? They made it a misdemeanor, which is still a crime, but it has a non-criminal sanction, deportation. And why isn't that a criminal penalty? Because you don't have a right to be here. So removing you is not a criminal penalty. The only thing I'll say that you ought to be careful with, and this is, again, I think a criticism of the Trump administration, you can't play games with that too much. Like, one thing I've noticed is that if you're deporting people to a gulag in a foreign country, that starts feeling like a criminal consequence.
I agree 100%.
And like that you could get a Supreme Court case that says if you're doing that, you owe them a trial. And I would not be surprised by that outcome.
That's exactly what I predicted when it came to the Alien Enemy Act. I said the problem here is if it was just deport them to the country of origin, no problem. Right? The due process they're getting is fine. But that's not what's being said. It's deport them to a country they're not from, where we're pretty sure they're going to end up in a gulag. Now, I'm okay with that in theory. If, for example, if someone's a member of ISIS and they're here, or Trendauer Gabla or whatever that's committed heinous crimes, fine, no problem. But they have the right to defend themselves from that charge. Now, they might not have as much of a right to defend from being deported in general if they're illegal, but the specific charge of being expedited removal to a gulag under the Alien Enemy Act, I agree, and I think likely the way that that's going to shake out if the Supreme Court ever rules on it is they've been sort of vague, if I remember. It's like, look, we're not defining what the due process standard is. We're just saying the 24 hours for sort of habeas petition that sort of the Trump administration has offered probably isn't enough. So we're going to kick it back, and we're going to leave the courts sort of make rulings on this, and then maybe it'll matriculate its way back up. And I agree, from not just a legal standard, but also a principled standard. That's too much. I don't think that, Jim might be here as an illegal, and maybe he's from Guatemala, and yeah, see you later, man. I don't care. I don't care. You're here illegally. We're allowed to enforce those laws. See you later, right? But that doesn't mean Jim should be sent to a gulag in El Salvador, unless he's an actual member of this terrorist or gang that we're saying. And so that's one area. The other area, maybe you'll agree with this, that I criticized Trump was, although I think that we absolutely have the right to reject people for student visas because they're guests of this country, and I don't think particularly that we should be forced to have people that are here on student visas or any other kind of visa that want to say something like death to America. Sorry, we shouldn't be obligated to keep you. And their level of due process as a guest is also lowered than, say, an American citizen's right to free speech, which is guaranteed under the First Amendment. I do think, though, the way that Trump's team's been applying that sort of fast and loose many times. And it's certainly being done for sort of a particular political agenda, i.e. criticizing Israel.
Well,
that's the bulk of what's happening.
You got to be really, really careful with stuff like that, right? Like, I think the most egregious example is the one that didn't get as much press, but there was a girl who was here on a student visa, and her case got thrown out pretty fast because it was so obvious. But they tried to deport her for writing an op-ed that was critical of Israel, right? Like that's literally definitional political speech. And to do the lawyer thing, just so people in chat know, there is clear Supreme Court law that says that non-citizens in the borders, not out of the country, but in the borders, have First Amendment rights. That is the law. It is not clear what the extent of those rights are. It is very possible the Supreme Court might, if they take it up, say, yeah, they've got First Amendment rights, but it's on a spectrum. It's not quite the same as a citizen, right?
Correct.
So like that's possible. That we don't. And if anyone tells you they know the answer to that question, they are fucking lying. There is no case that makes that clear. There's a few cases out there, and lawyers like me try to read the tea leaves, and we try to figure it out. But nobody knows what the court's going to do. But as a matter of just policy, if you're going to use the power of the government to go after someone for purely political speech, I don't like Israel, right? Or I love Israel, either one. Right?
Sure.
Those are purely political speech. You shouldn't be using the power of the government to enforce that. Now, if you tell me they were blockading a building on
That's
campus
different.
during a protest, fuck them, right? Like I think people have a right to their education. I don't think you have a right to essentially kidnap people by locking them in buildings. That's fucked up. Deport them. If you can link them to an actual terrorist group, not like they say things like I like Gaza, but like if you can find them giving material support to a terrorist organization, fuck them. These are, if you can prove they lied on their application, fuck them, right? And you can put questions on the application that they might have to lie about if they're that kind of person, right? Like, do you support America? Are you a communist? There are things you can put on there that maybe they'd lie about. But if you're going to do it just for political speech, even if like, let's say student visa holders have less First Amendment rights than citizens, let's assume that to be the case, I still think that's a violation, right? Like you got to draw the line somewhere.
Well, I agree. And that's what I'm saying. I think that the court's ultimate, again, I don't know. I wouldn't know as much legally about the cases as you, but my gut feeling is that if it ever came to the courts, they would rule that there is less free speech with someone that's here as a guest, and then even less free speech for someone who's here as an illegal. There'd be like tiers of it, right? You're illegal, then sort of the First Amendment. I still think there's some, right? Like, I don't think you should be thrown in prison, for example, if you're an illegal and you're like, hey, I don't like Governor Newsom. Bam, straight to jail. I don't think that should be the case. But there could be tiers of it, is what I expect. And I hope that's the case, because I think when someone's a guest of this country, if they're openly saying, like, I hate this country and hope it's subverted and will do everything I can to subvert this country, like, I don't think we should be obligated to keep a guest like that in our home. So we'll see. One thing I wanted to talk about, the sort of sanctuary cities, and to get your thought on this, is a practical matter, not as a legal matter necessarily, but to me, it's intuitive. If I was an illegal, particularly a dangerous illegal, right, one affiliated with a foreign terror group or a criminal organization, where would I go? Well, wouldn't I go to the very cities that say these are sanctuary cities? So there's a less chance. So this is very similar to an argument I had with people over and over again when it came to sort of the idea of when we catch and release illegals and we're like, hey, here's a court date, come back. And they'd be like, well, 95% of them show up. Okay, let's accept that's true. If I was a foreign terrorist or a foreign cartel member, do you think I'd be in the 95% that showed up or the 5% that didn't? It's the same here. If we say, you know what, hey, why don't you focus on getting the illegals in red states? Go to Arkansas, get some illegals there, get some illegals in Mississippi, but stay out of Illinois, stay out of California. Where do you think the dangerous illegals, and in fact, most of the illegals are going to go? Right to those places. So the idea that as a country that we would accept that there are cities that are openly bragging, we're not going to allow immigration enforcement here, those are the exact places that I would send immigration enforcement to.
Yeah, and look, I am a states' rights guy. I don't think the federal government, I mean, maybe they could. I don't think they should compel states to use their police resources to cooperate with ICE. Like,
I agree.
I think the states should do it voluntarily. I don't know whether that's legal, and even if it was legal, I don't think it's a good thing to do. But yeah, it creates a terribly perverse incentive, and I don't think enough political pressure is being put on the sanctuary city types. I think that they really need to feel the the brunt of how bad a policy this is. And one of the weird downsides of Trump enforcing the law more vigorously is that border numbers have gone down. We're not having these stories like in New York, because I work in New York. There was a story that came out at the end of the Biden administration where kids were kicked out of school so that illegals could be housed in the school temporarily. And this was back when New York City was giving credit cards to illegals for like the first 3 months and putting them up in hotels and stuff. And my first reaction was, if you were a parent and your kid had to learn remotely for a week, you couldn't go to work because your kid's at home now all day, right? Why? So that they can set up tents in your kid's school. Well, you just created a whole neighborhood of Republican voters, right? Like, I mean, and that was the genius of the Abbott and the DeSantis busing plans, because they're just like, well, if you think this doesn't affect you, it does, and we're going to make it obvious. And once it's obvious, then that gave Trump, this was his best issue. It gave him a huge edge. And what it did in terms of our bulldozer and builder metaphor is it convinced people the system is fucked up. The system is corrupt. It is not working. Somebody who's willing to, rev the motor on the bulldozer needs to come in and start fucking this up and just getting shit to work again. But long term, we need a solution. We need to do something about asylum law. We need to do something about, like, even in asylum context, we need to clarify you can't skip over countries on your way here. Like, if you are 8 countries away from us and you're saying you fear for your life because of political prosecution, and you skipped over 5 countries where you would not have been politically prosecuted to come here and seek asylum, that's a bullshit application. You're an
economic migrant, right? They do this in Europe.
Yeah, you're an economic migrant, which is, we could have an economic migrant policy, but that's not asylum. That's a different thing.
That's right. And they are trained on exactly what to say to file for asylum by NGOs and other groups to ensure that we then have to accept them coming in, right? So, I mean, for me, it's one of these things where I think people could disagree on exactly who they'd like to see deported and all of that stuff, but we're well within the rights in this country to say if you're here illegally, you should be deported. We could disagree with how Trump's going about it, but the reason that we find ourselves in this position is because of what was allowed to occur over and over. And I find myself in this position a lot in life, and in particular in politics. The metaphor I give is like this. I think most people in this country are sympathetic to sort of economic migrants and people in general that maybe are stretching the truth on asylum, and certainly those that legitimately have a claim for asylum. But the problem is how it's been exploited. That sympathy or empathy has been exploited. And so now it's a situation where, oh, you're sympathetic to this person. Now how about this person? And how about this person? And how about these 5 million? And how about these 5 million? And what about these 5 million? To a point where you have to be like, no. So the example I give is like this. We just got done with Halloween. Let's say, Ryan, you couldn't be home, right? And so you set a bowl of candy out for the kids, right? And you have a Ring doorbell. And you put a sign up that says, take one. And you see your adult neighbor come over and immediately empty that bowl of candy into his bag. And the next year, same thing. And the next year, the same thing. Kids didn't even get one piece. So the 4th year, you just put up a sign sort of passive aggressive, like, sorry, people have spoiled this. No more candy. And who comes knocking at your door? Your neighbor. furiously pounding on the door. And he says, don't you care about the kids? That's what we have happening. That's what the Democratic Party did. Now they're going to weaponize this empathy against us. Oh, well, this poor lady, she's just a maid and you're going to kick her out. That's horrendous. And it's like, but that's because as soon as we make exceptions to the rule, you exploit that. And you're like, if we're like, okay, that lady can stay. Well, what about her family? Okay, they can stay. And what about her friends? Okay, they can stay. And what about their neighbors? Okay, they can stay. And what about their families? And then all of a sudden it's like, well, who are we kicking out really? And so at some point, because this process has been allowed to become so bad, yes, no matter what Trump or anyone for that matter does, it's not going to be acceptable. There's going to be eggs broken because you've let so many eggs in. And so, yeah, we're here. What separates someone like me and you is, and I'm sure we have differing views on some of this, but we'll be willing to criticize Trump when we think we could. But ultimately, I'm giving him far more of the benefit of the doubt because of the scale of what he has to deal with. And the idea that he has been given an unsolvable problem. Here you go. Oh, the only solution is to let us have exactly what we want. And if you don't, then it's a problem. Then we're going to run on it. Then we're going to say you're a bad man, that you don't have empathy, that you're this horrible monster, knowing that there's no way. And the people know it. Everybody knows. Well, couldn't he just get rid of the bad ones? Okay, then what? We're going to leave what? 20 million people that we don't have proof are bad ones here? I mean, at some point, I think it has to be done. And it's terrible. And someone like me that's sympathetic. Dude, if you're coming here for a better life for you and your family, I sympathize with that. I really do. But what are we supposed to say when there's 30 other million people like you?
Well, and this is why you need a bulldozer, right? It's kind of like you can't, it's very, very stupid to spend a lot of time talking about immigration policy when you don't have a secure border. Like, who gives a shit what your policy is if you can't secure the border? It's kind of like, if someone came by my house and like broke the hose spigot and the water's just fucking pouring into the street out of the hose spigot. And then I'm like, I've got a really brilliant idea about water conservation policy. And people are like, motherfucker, your spigot's broken. It doesn't matter. Your policy is irrelevant, right? So I'm sensitive to that. And I think that I just criticized Trump for the gulag thing, which I think is something he needs to be criticized for. But the flip side of that is that you can see why he did it, right? It's about incentives, because the empathy piece you're talking about, that's always the trick, right? If you empathy zooms you into a micro moment. You say, wouldn't you like to help this person today? Right? That's why the UNICEF ads, it's always one kid, because they've learned, statistics show this, studies show this. If you tell people 10,000 kids are starving, nobody donates. But if you tell them one kid is starving, everybody donates, right? The public, that's how the story is most impactful. So you zoom in and you say, don't you want to help this one person? And the answer is, of course, yes, because you're a decent person. So you want to help them. But then you zoom out, and what happened to the incentives? Well, under Biden, we had migrant caravans. The incentives to enter the country were so high that people were banding together in groups of thousands to arrive here, right? That has all stopped. Why? Because if you get caught and deported, you might end up in a fucking gulag. So while I don't think that's a good idea legally, incentives-wise, I understand the tactic, right? There's a risk now. There's a downside all of a sudden. And as a result, people are smart. They gather information. Like you said about, if I was a terrorist, would I want to be in a sanctuary city or not? Of course you would. Do you want to immigrate into America given the risk of deportation that might not be to a country of your choosing? Probably not. That's a bigger risk. So I think we can have sane conversations about building a better system, and we should have those conversations. But you have to secure the border first. You can't the policy doesn't matter until you do that.
Right. And so exactly the point. And I think the same thing applies to sort of these raids. The shock and awe, the public spectacle, and the fact that they're deporting people that aren't just terrorists, it is showing. Dude, go home, self-deport. Because any given day now, you might be thinking, well, I'm one of the illegals that'll be allowed to stay. But any given day, you may go off to work and you may get deported. As opposed to planning now, saying, look, let's get our affairs in order. So we have 2 months. Let's go back to our home country. In fact, Trump administration's offered tickets back and things of that nature. Instead of going through this process where you're yanked out, we're showing you that this could happen. So just go home. But you can see, again, not to pick on our left-wing friend in your chat here, he says, you need a process to sort these people out, not just reject everyone. What Rob's saying is, I know you're looking for a better life for you and your family, but I can't differentiate between you and a terrorist. Goodbye. Now, what my captain's really saying here is, I don't want a lot of these illegals deported. My personal want is I don't want them. And even though the law says they can be deported, I'm upset with that. And so I feel that we shouldn't deport those people. I don't want the law enforced. And so shouldn't we separate? You're a bad man for wanting the law enforced them. That's terrible. And we need to criticize that. My answer to that is, fuck you. Fuck you. You lost the election. Eat shit, motherfucker. That's my answer to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you don't want the law enforced because secretly you want these people. And wherever we drew this line, like Jordan Peterson talks about this. It's one of my favorite Jordan Peterson things on Joe Rogan, where he's like, how do we get to the point we're at? One step at a time. And what happens is you're standing here and you allow someone to encroach right up to the edge of the line where they should be. And you're like, hey, don't encroach any further. And they're like, okay. And so everybody steps back a little. And then that line moves a little further. And everybody steps back. Then it moves. And the next thing you know, you're way over here. Now that's what this person's saying here when we said, fine, we'll just get rid of the criminals. He'll say, well, not those types of criminals. DUIs, come on. That's not the same as a terrorist. And then we're like, okay, just violent criminals. I mean, come on. One bar fight? You're going to kick that guy out for one bar fight? Come on. Until the next thing you know, we've deported like 10,000 people, and he'll say, okay, that's enough. We want to keep these 20 million people, or whatever the number is, 20 or 30. So we'll continue to differentiate. And the other thing is, I'm not saying that I can't differentiate between you and a terrorist, goodbye, any more than it would be like saying this. Well, the person that steals, if I say the reason I stole was because I have 4 children at home, and one of them has a disability, and that's why I'm stealing. We just don't enforce the law against that person? We say, oh, never mind. The law doesn't apply to you. That would be monstrous. After all, we can't differentiate between you and the person who's just, in our event, greedy. Well, guess what? 99% of criminals are going to have a sob story. They're going to be like, I'm one of the good ones. I stole all that money from my place of work. I robbed them of $40,000, but I'm not an evil, horrible person. I was sending my kid to college. I was providing, things for members of my family. I put on a good Thanksgiving dinner. Right? So this idea, I don't understand where people think that this is a persuasive argument to be like, well, if they're good people, if they mean well, then we shouldn't enforce the law. We shouldn't. For them, we say, you know what? We don't enforce the law. And it's monstrous to suggest otherwise.
But now, this is exactly why the secure communities talking point is so devastating. Because, okay, let's say you think we're just doing this because we can't tell the difference between a terrorist and a hardworking citizen. Well, we had a program championed by no less than Obama, the citizen of the world, the globalist, the man who was going to make America the leader of the new unified tomorrow. And the program that he used was focused only on deporting people caught by the police and suspected of committing a serious crime like a DUI, a felony of some type, right? So it was designed to sort in precisely the way that you are now accusing Rob of not wanting to sort. And it was done by somebody who the left adored. And it still wasn't good enough. So if that's not good enough, what policy do you possibly think Donald Trump could implement that would get him applause from those people? If that policy from Obama was condemned, it's a joke. The honest answer is there is no such policy. And if you put a gun to their head, or if you're talking to a friend who's a lefty and you get them a little drunk and they're very honest, here's what they're actually going to tell you. They'll say something like this. They'll say, look, isn't this all just a social construct? Aren't borders just things invented by men? Shouldn't we all just, you'll get something like, I don't know if you saw Louis C.K. on Joe Rogan. He said it openly. He was like, I just think there shouldn't be borders. And I think, things are really good here. So more people should come here. And then it will just get shittier for everybody, but that's more fair. And it's like, just that we understand that's what you want. Just be honest about it. But understand that a lot of people don't want that. And I think if you were honest about it, that would be an 80-20 issue. I think most Americans would not want that.
Did you deal in criminal court in your practice?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. What percentage of people that you think are charged with a crime think they're good people and that they committed that crime for a good reason, or it was just one horrible mistake and they shouldn't be punished that harshly for it?
If you're going to combine those two, it's basically all of them.
Right,
Right.
95, 99%. That's what I'm saying. There are a handful of people that say, you're right, I'm horrible. I deserve to pay the price for this. But very few,
There's
right?
very few mustache twirling villains. Most
Right.
people are sympathetic in some way or another.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so anyone, even the most hard, in fact, as a defense attorney, one of the first things, particularly in the sentencing phase, is you make your client as sympathetic as possible. And it turns out almost everyone, no matter how monstrous their crime, has some sympathy that could be gained from. In fact, many of the people that commit the most heinous murders and stuff had terrible childhoods. Terrible. And if you look at it in a vacuum, you're like, oh my goodness, I could understand how this came about. And, particularly if we're talking about crimes that aren't to the level of murder, crimes that you yourself don't think should be enforced, don't think it's that important, it's going to be easy to say, I make a sympathetic case for this individual. It's not a matter of saying, I can't tell if they're them or Robin Hood. It's a matter of saying, most people will say, look, I have a cause for sympathy. What illegal is going to be like, yeah, you're right. I'm sort of just a greedy piece of shit. That's my whole angle here. They're going to say, I'm here for my family. This is terrible. Yes, but you robbed a clothing store. Yes, for my family. Because I was sending remittances back to my family, and I've lived here for 20 years. You can't deport me. That's horrible. And it's just, I'm sick and tired of it, right? Like, the idea, right, that would be something virtuous. Is stealing to provide for your family virtuous or not?
Probably.
I would say that many people, yourself included, would say, yes, that's virtuous. That's something that's virtuous. Otherwise, you say, no, all stealing's wrong. Great, then breaking the law is wrong no matter what. The point of the order is this. You convince no one, not here, right? We know the truth. You don't want the border enforced. Let me ask you this, left-wing person. Did you reject when Democrats revoked what Ryan's talking about here? Where we had a system that just went after, where there was cooperation with ICE officials so that we went after the hard criminal? Did you say, I reject that? Did you vote against the Democratic Party when they did that? No, you didn't. You didn't give a shit. Can you point to me you criticizing the open border situation we had under Joe Biden? You can't do that either. We know you can't, right? In fact, the fact that you've already showed us that you think it's absurd for us to talk about gross incompetence or this is willfully what Democrats wanted already belies your, supposed, oh, no, I'm just saying it's okay to kick the majority of these people out, but not the sympathetic ones. Here's another question for you. What percentage of the illegals that are here do you think are sympathetic in your estimation? Right? Because if your problem is, no, kick the bad ones out, but keep the good ones, what percent are good? And again, this is what infuriates me. I don't have a problem with people saying like, you know what? Yeah, like Louis C.K., you know what? Yeah, let's open up the border. Or let's leave 90. Sure, if they're bad people, send them back. But other than that, keep them. Like, at least that's honest. It's the disingenuousness. And it's just, I understand the utility of it because they know that they can't defend it. Now he's saying he did criticize it. I'm sure you did.
But this is also the NGO point you were talking about earlier, where the NGOs create a self-licking ice cream cone, right? Because they take government money and then they use that government money to create policy or to train people or to do other things that then exasperate the problem. And then because the problem's exasperated, you need more government money going to NGOs, which is ostensibly to solve the problem, right? So the NGOs are incentivized, in not all cases, but in many cases, to create this kind of feedback loop where it just goes, the money goes round and round and round. And this is, it's really, one of the things I get so upset about is how little Doge really accomplished when it could have done so much. But like, this was one of the things that I think was useful, is that Doge brought this into our vocabulary. I don't know if you saw this, but this is not immigration. This is environmental law. But 23 state attorney generals from mostly red states wrote to the Trump administration to point out that there's an organization called the ELI, which funds something called the Climate Judiciary Project. And the Climate Judiciary Project is going around and training judges about climate science, but they're training judges in a specific way about specific outcomes. And what they don't say is they're associated with the plaintiffs in those cases. They're filing amicus briefs, right? So they're kind of, and the thing is, and this is the craziest shit, if you were lobbying, you'd be ineligible.
Right.
Because you can't lobby Congress as an NGO and keep your 501c3, tax exempt status. It's illegal. But if you're lobbying judges, That's not lobbying under the law. It's only lobbying legislature. So they found this loophole where the government money can go around and they're using it to fund their own litigation projects, essentially, with a few extra steps involved. And like, this is a very serious problem. Like when people like you and me talk about we need a smaller federal government, one thing we're talking about is focus on core powers. Another thing is, why the fuck are we handing out money to these interest groups to then do pseudo lobbying and change our laws? Like, why would we pay them to do activism? Like, they can fund their own activism.
But you're wrong, see, because this person says, I'm sorry, Louis C.K. said it. It was just Louis C.K. that said, no, what we're saying is at least he had the temerity to be honest about it. Here, maybe you'd prefer a guy like this talking?
Now more than ever, we're short of workers. We have a population that is not reproducing it on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
Huh.
Now more
now,
than
wait a
ever,
minute.
We're short
It's just Louis C.K. that's saying those sorts of things, though, right? Like, now, clearly, we were making the point. It's not just Louis C.K. It's not because of his bona fides as a comedian. It's that he was someone that actually admitted this. But now we can hear Chuck Schumer. Now, cue Captain by Captain saying, well, that's not him saying he wants open borders. That's not him saying that. It's not him saying he doesn't want immigration enforced. That's not what he means by that. That's not what he's saying. Trust me. That.
Well, no, so
there you are. You see? Well, yes, of course. It's not happening then. Of course that's happening, and it's a good thing. There you have it in real time. I don't know what else to say. Why? And do you understand the frustration with trying? No, this is just some random lefty, sort of the Louis C.K. of the chat, if you will. But do you see how it went from that? No one's saying it too. Of course he's saying that. Oh, because he's a bad person? There you have it.
Well, these are the two. Well, there's a few key arguments. One is, it's not happening. It's happening. It's a good thing. That's a key argument on their side. The other argument on their side is just not pretending they don't understand what words mean and what common inferences are. You know, like where it's like, okay, we have a party that has an interest group within them that clearly wants this to happen. The politicians say they want to happen. The policies they enact through executive policy incentivize this to happen. When there are policies that are even very nice hands-off policies with no raids like secure communities, they reject those policies in all circumstances. And yet from this ocean of evidence, no conclusions can be drawn. I mean, how could you possibly know what any of these people mean?
All reliable. One of my favorite tweets of all time from Millennial Woes. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. That's it. That's what it is. And it's surreal. It's surreal to
That's
watch
really
it.
good.
Time and time again. That's what do you mean? Just because they said they want a pathway for citizenship for all illegals, that they immediately rescinded Trump's executive orders, that they pretended the border was secure for 3 years, that they're fighting tooth and nail against any immigration enforcement whatsoever, that you think that means that they don't want immigration enforced. I mean, come on, that's absurd. Where are you getting that proof? I don't see the proof of that. What are you talking about? It's just a joke.
Well, and the problem is it really does make communication impossible, right? Because like if you aren't telling me what your priority is, I can't really negotiate with you in good faith. Because I actually do think there's a very productive, sane conversation to be had about how much immigration is good. Right? Like that's a really useful, but that's a technical question. It's nuanced. You're going to have to look at a lot of data. You're going to have to crunch numbers. There's going to be complicated policies. There's going to be laws proposed, right? And if we can't agree on basics, this is what's happened so far. This is what your party wants. This is what our party has wanted. What compromise can we reach? If we can't have like those basic conversations, then there's no way to have a good faith conversation about something that technical, right? Like if you're going to pretend you don't know what words mean, how can I possibly rely on your interpretation of like 8 different studies and 9 different laws and get into the weeds on it with you? It's just not, it's never going to work.
And it's one of these things, there's this appeal to authority. By the way, we got a half hour left in the show, so anybody who sends super chats in for any question for either of us on this topic or any other legally tangential topic, feel free. We'll make sure that we get to them. But if not, that's fine. We'll just keep on this. I think this is a good topic. I'm happy that this was the first one we did. It's one of the things that I think is so frustrating that, you know, I'm willing to say when things cross the line, I'm willing to admit, like, yeah, I can understand the other side. But when it's constant, just this like pushback of like, no, that's not what happened. That's not the reality. That's not what's happening on the ground. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. And it breaks down in many, many different ways. Like, do you know how many people will say things like this? There were no lockdowns. There were no lockdowns under the pandemic. And you're just like, that's provably untrue. Like, what are you talking about? In my state, I could point to the exact position of the lockdowns that occurred. I could point to you businesses that closed down because of the lockdowns. And they're just like, no, never happened. And it's like, how do you go forward onto a serious conversation? It's like, look, because here's my actual position on something like lockdowns. I tend to be more liberty oriented. However, I accept the fact that there are certain scenarios when the government should be allowed to restrict our right to freely gather. For example, if someone launched a dirty bomb, a biological bomb in a city, right? Does the government have the right to quarantine that city? If it's like, if we don't, it's going to lead to millions dying? Maybe. I think that probably makes sense, right? But before we could have a conversation of like, well, what is the threshold? What needs to be crossed before the government should theoretically have that right? We have to be honest about what's occurred. Because if we're not, then we have no basis to continue this conversation moving forward. Because you're just going to be like, no, that didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And the greatest example I could give is like Biden's cognitive decline. Like the people that lied to you and said, I don't see evidence of it. And then now are like, we always called it out. Everyone always called it out. I don't know what to do. That's so blatant. That's of the most blatant lie possible. And yet you have to deal with it. So do you think they'd be unwilling to lie about immigration? Of course not.
Well, it's an honest to God Tower of Babel scenario. Like it's truly a modern day Tower of Babel. I actually have an article on X about this if anyone wants to read it. But if you get to a point where the words have become so politically charged and the concept creep is so massive that nothing means anything anymore, and the left using words one way, we're using words a different way, there's no way to communicate. You're done. You can never communicate again. And this is why, there's some dumb discourse about like who called who a fascist and who called who a Nazi, it can get overblown. But one of the real concerns about that is, and this is why I think, one of the reasons Destiny blocked me finally after I was yelling at him, if you're honest to God saying Trump is a Nazi, well, that's just not what the word means. And now you've stretched the word to the point where it has no meaning. But it turns out that like Nazism and the dangers of Nazism was one of the great moral lessons of the 20th century, right? So if you're actually taking away our ability to evolve morally as a people and to learn from the mistakes of history, because you're turning the words into gibberish. It's just word salad now. And that's not a small problem. That's an actually dangerous thing to do, because it's not like there aren't going to be real Nazis at some point, right? And when they show up, if you're the boy who cried wolf and nobody believes you because you've been using the word willy-nilly, and I guess like when JD Vance runs, if Trump is Hitler, then I guess JD Vance is going to be Mecha Hitler. Like I don't know how you escalate from Hitler, but like it's Hitler with cyborg eyes or some shit. I don't know, but like at a certain point you have to say, well, we can't communicate anymore. And that's actually a problem. Like, how are we ever supposed to be a less divided nation if we don't even agree on what words mean?
Well, and this is it. Like, there are certain precursors that we need to have a conversation, right? Like when I did debate in college, right? There are precursors you need to have to playing a game. You have to sort of agree on the rules, right? So if me and you're going to play Monopoly, we have to agree. And you know how it is if you've ever played Monopoly. There are little quirky rules. Mm-hmm. Hey, if you land on free parking, do you get 500? We have to agree, though, to all the big rules and even the little meta rules, right? Same like that with the conversation. If me and you're going to have a debate, a formal debate, or if we're just going to have a conversation, there's a bunch of things that we need to agree on beforehand. Like some of them are so like obvious. You're like, well, of course. For example, we both have to speak a language we understand. If you're speaking German and I'm speaking French and we can't understand each other, sort of makes verbal communication very difficult, right? Now, we might be able to gesture and be like, something to eat, But as far as like, well, do you think what Trump's doing is going too far in immigration? That conversation's not possible, right? Here are two that we need to have. We need to have a pretty much universal agreement on the definition of words. Not 100%. For example, me and you might slightly disagree on what we think authoritarian means. Yeah, that's fine. But we in general have an idea. When I use that term, you're like, yep, I basically have an idea of what Rob's saying, and I have an idea. And maybe we each need to define it, given how the conversation goes later, but we have a general idea. Here's another one. So you're right. If we can't agree on the terms of word, and I'll give you an easy one, racism. How many times I've debated someone on the left that says, well, minorities can't be racist. Only white people could be racist. Why? Well, that's how we choose to define it. Well, then it makes talking about the word irrelevant, because if I'm like, well, the things I dislike about racism are people prejudging people based on immutable characteristics, in this case, race or ethnicity, in a negative way, right? And if you say, right, I agree with that, but only white people, then it sort of makes the discussion irrelevant, because if I point out, well, here's what a black person does it as well, and I think that's bad, and you say, well, call that something different. Well, then fine. I'm uninterested to talk about racism. I'm willing to talk about that big group of whatever you call both of those things. What's the word we use for both of those things? That's what I want to talk about. You're just changing the word racism to get out of a conversation.
It's worse than that, though. They're changing the word, but they're keeping or trying to keep the moral force associated with the prior definition, right? The example I give, which Coleman Hughes came up with, it's a brilliant example, because he's talking about systemic racism. Does systemic racism exist? And he said, of course it does. And here's an example. In the US court system, when you go to trial, there's the court reporter takes a record of everything that's said. That's really important, because if you get convicted, you want to appeal your case, you can't bring new evidence. The only evidence you have is the record from trial. So who said what witness said what? That's really critical, right? It's a big deal. If you're black, court reporters make more errors on average than if you're white. Now, this is not because the court reporters are racist. It's because the court reporters are not black in the same percentages as the defendants, and especially the older ones who've been doing it a while get used to it. But for the newer ones, if the first time you hear a dialect, you might make some errors.
Correct.
Right? So they are more likely to make errors when they have a dialect they haven't heard before. So they make more errors, and that results in black people having more errors in their transcripts than white people. Now, is that a problem that maybe something should be done about? Sure. But it's not intentional racism.
Correct.
Nobody was actually intending to be racist to anybody. There's no moral mustache twirler, right? This isn't the KKK. But if you say systemic racism is the same thing as racism, you're adding all the moral force of intentional Jim Crow style racism to this example, which has nothing to do with that. This is, this is literally just a byproduct of the way the system is.
Correct.
It's no person has any intentional racism in this example. But because the word is the same, they want to keep the same emotional force. And that's how they weaponize empathy. We say, well, how could you be against this? It's racism. It's like, well, it's not really. You're talking about a different thing. You're just using the same word.
Correct. And another thing, and this, since you brought up someone like Destiny, another precursor to having a discussion, a debate, an argument, however you want to put it, is an implicit agreement that you won't use violence upon me if you dislike what I say. There is no possible conversation that can happen if the agreement is I say, hey, Ryan, I'll disagree with you, and fine, we'll walk away. I might even use harsh language, right? And you're like, yes, and if I disagree with you, I'm going to punch you in the face. Like, then I'm like, yeah, I'm not having this discussion then. Like, if that's if you're saying, if I don't like what you're saying, I get to use violence, that's it. And this is a big thing that I've talked about going back, when, a famous, I don't know how he would have defined himself at the time. I know he doesn't use the word white nationalist now, but Richard Spencer. There was this famous incident, I think in 2014, where he's standing at a street corner and someone just walks up and socks him in the face, right? Because they don't like the things he'd said. They weren't even having a discussion with him, I don't think, but they knew who he was, so they punch him in the face. And I think it was The Guardian did this big write-up. Is it okay to punch Nazis in the face? Right? Never mind that despite the fact that Richard Spencer may be very objectionable, I don't think he was ever a Nazi. I don't think he identified as that. And, it's possible to be an evil, a horrible white supremacist and not be a Nazi. I know that'll blow people's minds, but it is possible. Nonetheless, forget about the, non-specificity of the word. Basically, The Guardian's answer was no, but yeah, it's kind of, we say no, but, and it's like, that's so dangerous. Because once you adapt that mentality, you're a stone's throw away of saying anyone I disagree with is a Nazi, or anyone I disagree with is a fascist. And now all things are on the table. You could lie to a fascist, right? You could punch a fascist in the face and ask Charlie Kirk what happens if you think someone's a fascist. And that's where we find ourselves. Where it's like once you adapt that mindset and say, well, my opponents are so ontologically evil. Listen to Rob and Ryan talk about illegal immigration and how they're defending the Trump administration's use of ICE and deporting people. That sounds pretty evil to me, says some lefty. And I mean, this is why I think why you're correct to be like, I'm not saying there aren't any people on the right that aren't as radical, but it's so more mainstream than the left. And I know it's a bit off topic, but I just want to get your opinion on just this little aspect of it. It's not just the tens of thousands of people that went on social media and celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. It was sort of the reaction from the groups that institutions we consider that are supposed to be more sober-minded. Like almost immediately, the day after, the New York Times wrote a piece on Charlie Kirk, and one of the things they said in it was, he said anti-Semitic things on his podcast, and it quoted them. And then the next day they had to issue a correction. And they were like, well, he did say those things, but it was him quoting someone else and then condemning it. And it's like, that's a pretty big matzo ball to hang out there, right? Where it's like, dude, you basically just were like, well, this guy got killed, but look at what he said that was sort of fascist. Look what he said, it was anti-Semitic, right? And then it's like, oh, our bad. Actually, he said the opposite of that. And it's like, that scares the shit out of me, because to see the rush from what we're told is the gray lady, the gold standard for media, to see them rush to that conclusion, what do you think that signifies to the rest of the left?
Oh, and I think it's worth taking on, I know it's a hell of a pivot, but taking on Destiny's talking point head on. This is what I wanted to debate him on and what he blocked me over when I was pointing this out. So I'll give you, the reason I think he's full of shit, and then also maybe what he blocked me for. I think that the problem is that what Destiny's doing with all these fucking crazy comments he's made, if you ask him, and I'll try to put on my Destiny hat right now, uncomfortable as that may be, he's going to say, well, the right uses all this inflammatory language, and I want to call attention to that problem, so I'm using inflammatory language. And why should I back down if they're not backing down? And who am I? I'm just a streamer. We're talking about the president. So, I'm gonna escalate until they stop escalating. And how could you blame me in that circumstance? That's the argument he would make. And I think he's full of shit. And the reason he's full of shit is that he's resting on something we all know to be false. He'll say the Democratic politicians, most of them said the right thing pretty quickly. And he's right. Most of them did say something nice pretty quickly. But what he's leaving out is that nobody right of Chairman Mao thinks the politicians speak for the left. That was why Harris lost the election so badly. It's because everybody knew she was the mouthpiece for the DNC. She had, we didn't think she had any authenticity. We thought she was just going along with the program. And that's how the left is viewed. I don't think anyone thinks Chuck Schumer is the intellectual leader of the left. We know where their ideas come from. It comes from the New York Times. It comes from academia. And that's where all the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder were. So, the issue is that there's a shell game being played. And while I do think it's good that the left-leaning politicians said the right thing, I'm not condemning that. I think that's a good thing. The equivalency isn't there, because we all know how the left's thought process has been decentralized into academia and specific cultural institutions. And those are where the problems are. So, I mean, it's a bullshit shell game that we shouldn't accept.
Well, and it's not only that, you're absolutely right, but it's more than that. Like, one of the problems with Trump, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, though in some ways you can actually look at it as a backward-ass compliment, is he's not polished enough as a liar, right? He's not polished enough as like a bad actor, right? Like Trump will be like, Trump will be out and be like this, they should arrest that motherfucker. And you're like, Mr. President, if there's going to eventually be a court case against that person, probably don't want to be on record saying, arrest that mother effer, right? Like, that's a bad idea. The Democrats will do things the opposite way. And not just them, but established politicians, right? They know enough to use sort of politician speak, right? So let me give you an example. 2020, did Trump concede, or did Trump concede the election? Let's say no, right? He was a sourpuss. Got it. Now, I happen to think there was more to the 2020 election, though I don't have proof that it was stolen. I just think there were questions that needed to be asked. But nonetheless, he didn't accept the results. Okay, right? Did the Democrats in 2016, did Hillary? Well, she said she did. She gave a concession speech. And yet, the people that she was working with at one point, or at least feeding information to, at least her team, to the FBI, proceeded to engage in a 4-year war against Donald Trump, stymieing him in every way possible. But they said the magic words. They said, we concede the election. Now, what had more of an effect on the Trump administration and what the Hillary team, which led to the FBI investigation into Trump, did, or Trump, which led to January 6th and what that did to the Biden administration? The Biden administration, not only did it not affect them in a negative way, it gave them a bully pulpit. They were then able to go on and say, look how ontologically terrible MAGA is. My goodness, they were even pressuring social media to censor MAGA behind the scenes and criticize questions of the 2020 election. And so, no matter what you think of Trump, and you could be like, screw him, this isn't a defense of Trump, though. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Democrats, and it's not just them, it's sort of the establishment politicians. They're smart enough to say the right words. Oh, yes. We think it's terrible that there was an assassination attempt against Trump. Great. Right? But then if your actions are out there, but he is a fascist. He is. And we need to do everything possible to stop him. Like everything. My gosh, his rally at the Madison Square Garden, it reminded us of Hitler's rally, of the Nazis' rally there. Right? It's like, yeah, you said, I'll give you an example. Someone who I was beefing with the other day talked shit on me for 5 hours, then raided me. And they said, oh, I don't want anyone to say anything negative about Rob. I just rated. That's all. But I'm telling you, don't say anything negative. And then when they predictably say something negative, it's, oh, I was just trying to do a nice thing. I didn't say anything. We all know what's going on there. We know. So, yeah, I don't think that you get some great award because it's like not all, but almost all Democrat politicians are like, holy shit, this is bad that this happened to Charlie Kirk. But they went right back to the same talking points, right? They didn't try to de-escalate the tension that led there. And, I think we could see that the bulk of the violence, political violence from, actors is on the left at this point. ICE isn't getting attacked by right-wingers. People weren't boarding up their shops on election night because they were afraid right-wingers were going to loot it. There's a reason why someone like Charlie Kirk or Steven Crowder have to have such strong security when they go on college campuses versus Destiny has Erudite as his security. There's a reason. We all know it. And they pretend that that's not the case. Oh, no, we'll continue to gaslight our side. We'll continue to say, well, the other side's so bad. And so we're doing this. We're making these like sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge calls to violence. All Republicans should fear for their lives to be in public. We're saying that to our young, impressionable audience because we're still really pissed that people made fun of Paul Pelosi for being attacked. That's it. Bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
So, and look, I don't know how much you've gotten to the data with your audience, but there's all these surveys and reports that are out there, some of which were discussed in Congress recently, like Michael Knowles was up there recently. But even if you accept what I would call the flawed methodologies of those reports, they agree with you on that last point, that in 2025, it's overwhelmingly left-wing violence. So even if you think the reports are right, that conclusion still stands, right? The right might have been more violent historically, according to the reports, but not right now. And I don't know that you have to accept those reports. But I
do not, just so you know.
Yeah. The funny one, this is more of a tangent, but if you really want to piss off Destiny, I'll never know what exactly got me blocked by him, but I think it was the following joke I made, which was Destiny. Let's lay out some personality traits. I'm describing somebody right now. They're excellent at personal branding, right? They're unbelievable at using cycles of edgy memes to draw attention to themselves and make sure they're always the topic of conversation, no matter what's happening in the world. Kind of a questionable sexual past, let's be honest. There's some skeletons in that closet. Mm-hmm. Who am I describing? Destiny or Donald Trump?
Right.
Destiny is, in terms of personality type, the most similar person to Donald Trump I have ever met. And this is obvious to anyone who interacts with him. He is the same guy. It's, he's an expert at drawing the attention. He knows when to be edgy. Like when Destiny's talking about Charlie Kirk and the assassination, all that fucking horrible stuff he says, I don't think he's saying it because he really wants Republicans to be killed. I think he's saying it because for the same reason that Donald Trump was talking about Obama's birth certificate, because he knows damn well how much attention it's going to get him. He knows damn well everyone in the world has the common human decency to say a man just got killed, a father got killed in front of his child. I'm not going to clout farm off this. I'm going to take the week off. And maybe I'm a lefty. I'm going to fucking fight this fight in 10 days, but I'm going to take the week off because I'm a human being. But there's a certain breed of people, and it is rewarded. It is rewarded who are willing to step up to the plate and say the edgiest shit imaginable.
Yep.
And the joke of it is he says he's doing it to point out the problems with Donald Trump, but he's really just holding up a mirror to his own face. Like he's doing the exact thing he's complaining about. And so the best case scenario is he's just pointing out what a fucking joke it is. The problem is it might make him popular enough that he gets inroads into the Democratic Party, which would be a fucking disaster. But that's another problem for another day.
But I agree. And I think that a lot of the people that surround Destiny that want to try to come off as moderate, it's laughable, right? Because yes, it's true that you could say, well, if we think that Trump and Destiny are similar, I don't, in the sense that I don't think it's been as egregious or blatant, the shit. I mean, Destiny at one point said, when asked point blank by his then co-host Pisco, did you want that bullet to take out Trump? And he says, I don't know what I could say because of TOS. I'll just say that person shooting and then missing is the worst thing that could have happened. Now, that's not a joke. That's not, I don't respect the person that asked me the question, so I'm not giving them an honest answer. That's him saying that. And even if you say, well, he's just saying it to be hyperbolic, he has an impressionable audience, right? And the thing I think is humorous is when I look at people like Erudite or Pisco in that situation, right? Pisco continued to work with him until allegations about sexual improprieties broke out. But Pisco kept working with him after he said that. After he said that, of all things. And so then to be like, well, I'm moderate. I'm not of this extreme faction. Or Erudite puts out a video right after the Charlie Kirk shooting and points to a person saying some real heinous stuff on a street corner about Charlie Kirk. And she puts out this video where she's like, that's not us. We're the silent majority in the Democratic Party. That's not who we are. I don't work with anyone like that. And then it's like, yeah, but you used to work with Destiny, and he said worse. He's blatantly said worse. And then Destiny proceeded to then go and say all Republicans should fear for their life to be in public. And you're like, what? And then it was Donald Trump's fault that Charlie Kirk could kill. What? And then after all that, Erudite's doing this tour with Destiny. Or Connor, right? Connor's like, all Trump's extreme. Connor, he talks to me. One, he threatens to kick my ass if I ever say that he's morally vacuous if I see him in real life, which I will say in real life. So he's resorted to say he's going to fight me over that. Okay, cool. By the way, he also wants to run for Congress. You don't think people are going to question your morality as a congressperson? But I guess he has an answer for that. He'll just fight any congressperson.
Is he going to DebateCon?
No. But I told him I'll be there. So if he wants, if he wanted, I'm not saying I would.
That would drive up attendance. People would really show up if there's a boxing match.
Right. So there's that. But the idea that voting for someone that you find questionable is one thing. You're choosing a lesser of two evils. Actively working with and partnering with is a different story. Particularly, it's like no one's forcing you to work with Destiny or to co-sign on to them. And so these people that want to come across as like, well, we're moderates. We're moderates. We don't, and then they're willing to co-sign on to that shit. It's laughable. And this is what I'm saying. Sam Harris talked about this a long time ago. You remember the old Ben Affleck interviewing Bill Maher, where he goes, "That's racist." Bill Maher. What Sam Harris is saying at the time is something like this. He's like, "Look, every nation we see polled with political Islam, right? We see sort of the same types of numbers. And that is there's a very small fringe minority, though the numbers are scary with Islam, political Islam. It was like 2% to 5% that are willing to use violence for their religious or cultural or political causes. Now that's scary enough when you're talking about a religion of over 1 billion people. 2%'s a huge number. But nonetheless, you could say a fraction of the people, right? Great. He's like, that's not really the problem. The problem's the next portion of people, which is like the next 25%. And they're not willing to carry out the violence, but they'll cheer it on and celebrate it. And that's what I see with the left right now. I don't think that Destiny would go out and commit an act of violence, but he'll celebrate it. and his audience will celebrate it. Now, hopefully, no one.
He did celebrate it when that firefighter got shot.
Correct.
Like literally, and that one was a lot less subtle than the Charlie Kirk stuff, which was not subtle. But that one he openly celebrated. He was happy. He said he was happy the guy died.
Yes, and so when you see, and then you see people that are working with him, right? It's like, it's so frustrating. And so when you see these studies that are like 55% of Democrats say they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. I mean, that's horrific. That's more than 50%. Now, granted, never take one poll as the gospel, but it starts to follow a pattern anecdotally, right? Where there is a lot of people, and it's either, I don't know if it's more than 50%, but it's certainly a healthy minority, if not, that's, look at the Luigi Mangione thing, that are like, hey, the system's so screwed up, our opponents are so ontologically evil. Hey, if we can't beat them at the ballot box, if we can't beat them with the legal system. And the last thing I'll say on this is, when the court ruling of Donald Trump, where it gave him the limited presidential immunity, Destiny was losing his mind. So were a bunch of his orbiters, right? This basically made Trump God King in their estimation. He can do whatever he wants, which is not what the ruling said, but nonetheless, we don't have time to get into it now. When the assassination,
if you want to learn what it says, watch the debate I had with Pisco on my channel, where we finally got judges to decide it, and I won the debate because the immunity decision is correct. But anyway,
is it correct? Yes, it's troubling, right? Because that you could, much like any ruling, you could take it to an extent and say, but it is the correct decision in my estimation. Anyways, point I'm trying to make is, when that assassination attempt happens, right? Someone, and he said that to Pisco, the worst thing that could happen is the bullet missing Trump. And he's out there saying, fuck around, find out if you're a Trump supporter and you get shot at a rally, and this firefighter deserved to die. Someone, I don't really use Reddit, someone sent me screenshots of his Reddit. It was insane how many of his supporters were like, listen, we tried to beat him at the ballot box. We tried to beat him with the legal system. And the evil Supreme Court said that he's basically God, Emperor, King. So now we know what must be done. And it's like, when you see this, like playing out in real time, my big thing was back then, I was reaching out to every left-wing streamer I could think of. Every one. Like, I don't even want to have a partisan discussion. Can we at least start here? In order for us to have discussions, we have to have a precursor. The violence is unacceptable. I don't give a shit if it's a right wing or left. Can we do that? This is like pulling teeth. Lonerbox, who I always assumed was the more stable of that crew, he tweets out immediately preceding the assassination of Trump, at what point should we have taken out Hitler before he came to power? And so when I talked to Lonerbox about it, he was like, oh no, I was just being inquisitive. It had nothing to do with current events. I was just throwing that random question out, and I know he's full of shit, but I'm trying to build a bridge and be like, okay, dude, I'll accept this, but can we admit this fucking fight? And it was so hard to get any of them.
Did you see what Soy Pill said on Wick Show recently?
No.
Fucking, just to give you an example of how deep this runs, and what I would say is just a lack of fundamental moral principles. Soy Pill said the following on Wick Show. They were talking about the guy from Maine, the Senator Plattner, who has the Nazi tattoo.
Yes.
And Wick was trying to ask, is there any line? Is there any point where he makes it out the primary you wouldn't support him? And Wick asked, let's say there was indisputable evidence that he possessed, owned, used, and enjoyed CP. Just a big fan. He was just a big CP fan. But 90% chance he, gets rid of the Republican senator, and now you got a seat for the Dems. Do you still support him? And so it feels like, yeah, absolutely. And then he doubled down. He said, if Joe Biden had come to my house and essayed me and my whole family, I would still support him if he was the best bid to get rid of Donald Trump. And it's like, okay, you're now saying that the other side is ontologically evil to the point where but this is not a hypothetical that anyone foisted on you. You came up with it yourself. You, in a hypothetical world where Joe Biden is essaying you and your family by force, you would vote for him because the other side is that much worse. And I'm like, you're disconnected from reality to a level that it's difficult for me to understand how we could communicate at this point. Because if I want to have some nuanced conversation, like Trump did this, I don't love it, but I think it could be better. What do you think? And his point is, Trump's so bad, I'd rather be SA'd than vote for him. Like, well, Jesus, man, like, what are we talking about now?
Destiny said if it was his mom, who's a Trump supporter, that was shot, he'd say, well, same thing. Fuck around, find out, just like Corey Compatore. He literally said that.
He said that?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's a clip of it. Someone asked, he bans the person who asked, said, but Destiny, isn't your mom a Trump supporter? If you're saying all Trump supporters are fucking around finding out, he said, one, you're banned for asking that question, but second, yeah, a fucking course. That's what you get. Okay? And the thing is, I struggle. Like, the one thing I offer when I stream, I might be a hothead, and I am, but I try to be authentic, and I struggle mightily with things that I'm believing and hearing, etc. Like, I'm well aware that I, like every other human being in the world, has bias, and that I've been a hypocrite in my life. I struggle with this. And so when an incident happens, like the Charlie Kirk thing, I did a video where I played this Gavin McInnes thing. Now, the context of this was, I did a show the night before talking about remember the FEC guy that like said some shit about Kibble?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like that. I thought that guy made a huge fucking mistake. And I called it out. And I said, listen, it's not as bad as some people are making it out, but it's not good. This dude shouldn't have opened his mouth, right? And then what I saw was that became the national conversation. It wasn't that we had thousands upon thousands upon thousands celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk a mere days after it. It wasn't that Jimmy Kimmel made an ass of himself, implying that sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this dude wasn't really a lefty. He was a right-winger, and the rights tripping all over themselves to say that he wasn't a right-winger, right? No, that was the story. That's FEC guy. And then Gavin McInnes puts out this video where he's like, look, people are saying that it's somewhat hypocritical of me to formerly have been against cancel culture, but want people fired that are cheering on Charlie Kirk's murder. Yeah, you're right. It is hypocritical. And I was like, yeah, I guess in that vein, I am a hypocrite. Now I think it's different, but it's hypocritical in principle. If I'm against firing people for protected free speech, but I would say it's different. Celebrating someone's death's different than making a racial joke or something like that. But secondly, I apologize to my audience for allowing the other side to control the narrative. And so the entire narrative, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'll get your opinion on this. Then we have one question, and I know that you probably got to get going. But for me, like some of these stories, like if a left-wing equivalent of Charlie Kirk's assassinated, or if a Democratic presidential candidate, there's 2 assassination attempts in their life, these are going to be some of the biggest stories in the world for years. And with the Republicans, it's like 2 weeks in and out, done.
Well, I don't even think that's hypocritical. If you know Jonathan Haidt, he's a wonderful, wonderful researcher. He made this point years ago, which I think, wonderful. That is a phenomenal book. That's a phenomenal book. But he made this point. He spelled it out, I thought, clearly. He was saying, because everybody is for cancel culture at a certain point.
Correct.
Right? Nobody thinks that, like, if you're out there on social media talking about your love of CP, that you shouldn't be fired, right?
Correct.
Like we all agree that. And what Haidt said, and I think he's the only one I think who spelled it out properly, is he was saying, what you're supposed to do is look at the purpose, the telos of the organization. And then if their employees' free speech is contrary to the telos of the organization, there might be a consequence, right? So like if you're a reporter and you spend a lot of time posting on social media about how you love falsifying sources, you probably should be fired. That's not cancel culture, right? The problem that happened in like the BLM Summer of Love era is that the telos of these organizations got corrupted. The telos of the university got changed. It wasn't learn the truth and teach students. It became social justice, make the world a better place. Now, if your telos is learn the truth and somebody says something kind of edgy about race or politics, you shouldn't fire them because you're a university. You're a place where these ideas are tested. So people should have weird ideas and they should be tested. Maybe they're a bad idea and they get discarded in the marketplace of ideas, but it would be wrong to fire them in that circumstance. But if your telos become social justice, you should fire them, because you're trying to make the world a better place according to your politics. That was the issue. And when I bring that theory back to Kimmel, it applies perfectly. Should we be celebrating the murder of someone for political speech? No. There's no organization that should be. There's no universe in which that's acceptable at any organization. So I don't think it's the same thing. I think that there is a like defensible, rational line there.
I agree. And I agree. And I also think it's defensible. And I've said this many times. I'm uninterested in having this conversation about sort of lawfare, et cetera, for people that cheered on blatant lawfare against Trump. You I'll talk to because you were like, yeah, I didn't like that. But you'll be like, but I think Trump goes too far here. It's a worthwhile conversation. That's why I don't want to talk to someone like Visco on it, right? Though I still have. But that's why. Because, and I guess the point I'm trying to make is what they'll do, what the left do is they'll take the title of my video, Rob admits to being a hypocrite, when it's really just me working through these things. And then they'll say things like, if they came in and essayed my family, I would still support them with no irony, without a hint of irony. And they'll be like, yeah, but I didn't say I'm a hypocrite. I didn't try to work through these concepts and say there is some amount of hypocrisy there. It's almost like it's taken by the left of it. It's always offense to the point of it doesn't matter. Just deny reality. It doesn't fucking matter. There's no bias here. There's no hypocrisy that I'm engaging in. I'll say that I would allow a mass murderer to wipe out my whole family and vote for them before I would, and as long as they're a Democrat and they beat the Republicans. So, that's the reason I bring up that point when you brought up that Soyfield thing. You know.
Oh, and man, that's such a pet peeve of mine. I know it's not like people have editors. It's not always them doing it. But if you look at my background, I got this championship belt up on the shelf.
I see it. Yeah.
And the reason I got that is after I beat Pisco in the last debate, I was like, and this wasn't like I think I won. We had judges, right? Like there were 3 judges. They voted 2-1. I won the debate. It's not subjective. That's why you have judges for a judge debate. It's different when you do a public debate. It's just like whose audience likes it more. But when you have a scored debate, that's a different thing. So then I'm going to go on stream with him and just like talk about it and kind of like do like the break bread thing afterwards. Like, how do you think that went? It's kind of weird because the judges weren't lawyers. So we were like very technical and we weren't sure if they were following us, you know, that sort of stuff. And then I go and I check on like, oh, like, I wonder what Pisco did with that clip. So I go and I look at like, what's the thumbnail for my debate with Pisco, where I won 2-1. And the thumbnail is centrist lawyer trapped into insane admission with like a picture of me looking all weird. I'm like, that's a funny way of saying you lost a debate.
Right.
That's a funny phrasing. So yeah, so I went to his stream with the championship belt on my shoulder and intro music. And you know, I had to like tweak his nose a little bit. So I was like, what the fuck, man?
He's really it's unfortunate with him.
I like him, by the way. He like we're cool. He's a friend.
He's sort of gone off the deep end in a lot of things, right? And it's regrettable. I think that I don't know. Maybe it is who he is, but I think he adapts like some of the mannerisms of Destiny. Like it's so awkward to watch him because I've had good civil conversations with him. So like to watch him on X. Hey, Dave Portnoy, you fucking piece of shit, you coward piece of shit. Why the fuck won't you talk to me, you fucking coward? Why you fucking running, bro? Right? Then repost his own tweet, like his own tweet immediately, and you just roll your eyes. You're like, dude, if you really want to talk to Dave Portnoy, it's one thing to say that to me or some jack-off just online streamer, right? But like when you're talking to people that aren't really in this space, and that's sort of your foot in the door approach, good luck. You know, good luck, I guess. But I do have one super chat that came in for us. Imaginary for $10. Thank you so much. Says, what are the biggest challenges Trump will face legally to achieve his goal of mass deportation? Is there even a practical pathway for him to achieve that goal?
There's a bunch. It's really tricky. The biggest one by far is the one we talked about, is sanctuary city policy. Because if you didn't have sanctuary city policy, you could do stuff like the Secure Communities program, and you could achieve the goal quite easily. Obama's numbers were very, very high. The same system would work today if it was allowed to, but it's not allowed to. So that's not on the table. And I don't think that's fixable. The big thing to watch is this National Guard litigation, because right now there's this delicate game being played. Like right now this is going to Supreme Court and the record's not totally clear. And for the record, like deploying the National Guard in a state is a very serious issue. And if the president is overreaching, he should be checked by the court. So just like, that's not something that I want to play any games with. But if you look at how the president describes what's happening in Chicago, they need 4 guys to escort a civilian into the ICE building for work because of the crowd outside. When they try to take cars out, somebody steps in front, somebody steps behind. All right, you got to clear it. Now you get another car. Someone jumps on the hood. Someone steps behind, like the climate protesters. And it's just grinding everything to a halt. So the question becomes, how much of that is tolerable before the federal government has the authority to step in and prevent it? That's the question. And there's a game being played on both sides. And how that game unfolds is going to have a lot to do with whether or not ICE is really able to accomplish much. The other thing that's going to need to be watched is there's a separate litigation about whether or not it's legal for ICE to like scoop people up in raids outside a Home Depot, for example. And a judge in California said that it's illegal to use things like location and race to figure out that somebody might be here illegally. The challenge is, if you've ever been to a Home Depot and you've looked at the guys who are doing day labor and lining up for work outside the Home Depot, there's a very high likelihood that some of them are there illegally. So there's I think those legal challenges are going to have a lot to do with how effective ICE is, and whether or not the president can marshal a good legal argument is going to have a lot to do with whether or not he can enforce his policies.
I think he'll win. I think that he'll win pretty convincingly. And one of the things that I think will be a deciding factor is it's undoubtable that the ICE agents are allowed to be there. Like, I think the Supreme Court would easily say. So then the question becomes, what if their safety is in jeopardy? If the local law enforcement is incapable of or unwilling to protect federal agents, then should he be allowed to deploy the National Guard? And I think the answer is a resounding yes. And so evidence will come into play, such as when we had what seemed to be through like the police chatter, an admission that they were being told to stand down when ICE was calling for help. And even if it's like, well, that wasn't intentional, nonetheless, that's the sort of evidence when they're going to be like, listen, we've seen ICE fired at twice in Dallas. One officer gets shot in the neck. The other resulted in 2 detainees. We've seen incident after incident where they've been attacked, protested, rioted against, stopped, where their vehicles have been rammed. And the local law enforcement hasn't been able to do the job, right, in places like Portland and places like Illinois. I think that that's going to allow Trump's team to make a compelling argument. Look, for the safety of these federal officers, we need the National Guard there, either because the local police are incapable or unwilling to do this job. Yeah. And I think that, and I saw some other people that agreed with this assessment. It's something that I think as well, though, that a lot of, did you see the other day that like Portland just all of a sudden impromptu cleaned up a bunch of the Antifa encampments? They were just like, yeah, we're going to clean it up. And it's like, yeah, that comes days before the court was going to hear this, right? Because their argument's going to see, no need for the National Guard now. You see? But the irony is it almost makes the opposite point. So really, you could have done that at any point and you just didn't. It's almost like law enforcement was intentionally allowing this to occur. And if you allow a staging area that then makes it dangerous for these federal officials and federal property, then it seems like, yeah, the National Guard should be brought in to clear a safe space so that these people, and this is something I said way back in LA, right? When the LA riots first started happening with ICE here in this second term, it was like, this is what should happen. I don't want to see the National Guard enforcing local law. I want the National Guard there protecting ICE. Go with them during the day, right? Arrest any illegal, or not arrest, but detain any illegal you need, set them in process for deportation, protect the ICE facility, and let the fucking place burn. Let it burn. At night, just be like, okay, we're done for the day. They want to riot? We ain't helping. Let Gavin Newsom and his local police deal with it. We don't give a shit. We're only here to protect federal property and federal authority. We're not going to be claimed to have overstepped our bounds. If they come to us, and they come to the federal facility and they're attacking it, absolutely we'll respond. But we're not going to go around and patrol the city. If people decide to riot 2 blocks over, hey, that's on the city police. Because, good.
No, you're making a critical point, and just for the audience's education, there's 2 issues here that Rob's talking about that are separate but really important. The first is, under no circumstances can the National Guard do local police work. They can't be arresting people. They can't be doing like general crowd control even. Like they need to be doing specifically support for the federal authorities or defending federal property. That's it. And if they go beyond that, if they start doing police work, that's a clear violation of law and a serious one. If you value states' rights, that's a serious problem. The second one is that the president's authority to deploy the National Guard is based on his finding that he's unable, with quote unquote regular forces, whatever that means. And Justice Barrett has asked for briefing on this now. She wants to know what regular forces means because no one knows. Regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. And that's the question. If it's not 100% shut down, like ICE raids are still happening, but you're getting interfered with. It's slowing you down. They're dragging you through the mud. They're making it impossible to drive your car out. You can't even get your employees inside. Are you unable to enforce the law just because it's inconvenient? How bad does it have to get before you're unable to enforce the law? And that's what the Supreme Court case is really about. It's about what does unable mean and who gets to decide, and how much deference do we show the president when he says that's the case? Because he's the one who normally makes the call. So how do the courts owe him deference to just say, like, look, unless you're way out of line, we're not going to second guess you. That's the litigation, really.
Yeah, I agree. And now, look, it will get dicey when it's like about if they send the National Guard enforcing local law. What does that mean, right? Because I think we understand what we mean by that, but there's going to be things on the fringe. For example, if someone's setting up a staging encampment, right, and the National Guard arrests them for what you would normally consider a local police matter. Hey, you're trespassing or you're on public property, et cetera, et cetera. But there will be claims made that, no, we had to do that because it was directly impacting the safety. So there's going to be court cases over that.
Yeah.
If they allow the National Guard, there's going to be cases. Nope, they've overstepped their bounds now. They went and did something that we think is beyond just the direct. So that's going to be, even if Trump gets a win, there's going to be a long drawn out process, for the next year of this is going to be, settled in court in many different cases. So
now the thing that would really turn the tide is if there was a red victory in a sanctuary jurisdiction. Because if that happened, if there was a red wave in one of these blue sanctuary areas and a new local state government came in and said, hey, you know what? We're not a sanctuary jurisdiction anymore. We'd like to cooperate. And all of a sudden things got better. Then I think Trump would have, all of a sudden there'd be a real honest to God localized political movement that would change things rapidly. But I think the odds.
Well, the Democrats would be scared shitless at that point. Then all of a sudden they would cooperate because, like, let's say that would happen it wouldn't, but let's say it happens in Portland, right? All of a sudden Chicago is going to be like, ooh, right? This is bad. If even Portland went red, right? This is not good. So now we're going to change. And there's precedent for this, believe it or not. Look at, like, what's her name? Muriel Bowser in D.C. when Trump deployed the National Guard there. And she actually was like, not a bad thing. Right. Yeah. And it's like, well, why would she do that? And I think it's because it was effective enough, at least in the short term, that her constituents were like, yes, good. Crime is a problem here. And so she was like, this is not a fight I need to pick. I could say, okay, this was okay here in this limited circumstance because, and it looks good for her. So if that occurs, if there is a political momentum, then I think that would certainly change something. So,
and this is just pure speculation. So this is like a weird point. We're getting into a gerrymandering war right now, where states are gerrymandering like crazy. And when you gerrymander, it means you're more likely to keep your seats. The incumbents are more likely to control because you change the districts. But it also means you're creating, like, instead of having one district that's red and one that's blue, you got two that's red because you spread the blue votes out, right? Like, that's a Republican gerrymander. But that means that instead of having an 80-20 and a 20-80, you've got 2 51-49s.
Right.
So if an issue cracks the wrong way, a gerrymandered state flips hard. Like, they suddenly go from blue to red or vice versa. So, in this gerrymandered world, we actually might see some dramatic shifts in state policy. We'll see.
It's a great point. Now, I know we went late, but I will get you out on here, and I think it really matters, given what you just said. Election day tomorrow.
Yeah.
You voting? Did you early vote, or are you going to go out and vote?
No, I live in a small town, man. Like, it's, you go to the high school. I'm like small town in the tri-state area. So it's like, it's a New Jersey thing. It's like they're all 9,000 person towns instead of being one big town. But, like, you just walk down to the high school and vote. Not a big deal.
Yeah,
But
for me, it usually the whole process takes usually about 5 minutes. I used to go in when I did my job with home health care with adult with disability. They were so cool to the guy because I'd always be working. I worked every Tuesday, and they would give him like the stickers and
oh, nice.
just treat him like a hero. So it was always a cool thing. They made him feel welcome. So it was for me early voting not much of a concern. I guess there's always a chance your car could blow up or something, but I'd be good. So hey, I think this was a tremendous first show. And,
Really, I really enjoyed it, Rob. Can I show my shit for a second? Can I
sure,
just be a grifter?
Okay. I'm putting your link out there as
yeah. So just to do the grift here, I've got a tiny baby channel, but we're actually getting viewers and we're starting to grow. Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. My shit's on screen. Rob's putting it out there. We cover law, politics, and founding philosophy. So if that's the sort of things you're interested in, so come on by. I stream somewhat irregularly is the problem because I am a practicing attorney and I got shit to do. But we've launched a podcast with my buddy Gen Z Attorney on Sundays called Ordered Liberty, which is definitely worth checking out. And on Monday, me and Gen Z Attorney are teaming up to debate Pisco and Nonfon on the following prompt, which I think is amazing that they accepted this. The left has abandoned the American moral proposition. And so I'm going to have a lot of fun with that one.
Of course they have. Like that, is that even, it's rare. It's hardly debated. They'll just define it as something different than what you will.
Oh yeah. I think they're going to, well, I didn't know Pisco had accepted till recently. Now that Pisco's there, I think he's going to try to talk about Trump a lot, but that has nothing to do with the prompt.
Nope.
So
you can say Trump has too. Who cares? That's not
doesn't matter. But yeah, so I think there's going to be a lot of that, and then a lot of disagreeing about what the American moral proposition is, which is great because if you don't know what the American moral proposition is, and I can prove that I do, then you have conceded the debate. Correct. So I think this should be a lot of fun.
I probably don't have as much of an understanding as you, but we talked about this a little on the phone, and it is something I know a little about. So I'm not going to have you out your strategy here, but I think you're very much prepared for that debate, and it'll be a lot of fun. So, Ryan, thank you, man. I can't wait to do it again in 2 weeks. Now, if we get enough traction on the show, the idea is maybe at the turn of the year, maybe we'll start doing this every Monday. For now, we're going to do it every 2 weeks, 9 p.m. Monday. So the next show will be on the 17th, I believe. And well, actually, I don't know if I could do that one because I might be in Nashville, but maybe I could still do it mobily. I might be able to do so.
We'll be in touch. We'll figure it out. Yep. But I like the idea, and I think that one of the things I think is going to be just really important for the right is the interface between the builders and the builders, right? Like we gotta understand the moment we're in. And we also got to be looking forward to 28 and making plans. And the way to do that is to form coalitions. So I'm really grateful for you to having me on. I'm really grateful to your audience for dropping me some subs. And if I get enough, I can start grifting for real. Right now, I'm not even monetized. So my grift is kind of more of a casual grift. But,
by the end of the year, we'll get you there. We'll get you to the point of monetization. Thanks so much, Ryan. We'll talk soon, man.
Good seeing you, buddy.
All right. We'll see you. By the way, what'd you guys think of that banger intro song, right? Look at that. Only $50. What the hell is going on here, audience? I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to play the banger intro song to Law and Noerrdor. You ready? Here you go. That bass line. I don't know if we lived up to the song, Brian. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. good, but it ain't that good, right? I don't know. I kind of liked it. What do you fools think? All right, I'll get to the super chats, then I'll get to yelling at you all about the super chats. What's going on? Boop. What's going on with the lack of super chats tonight? What's up with that? I know what happened. That hit piece on me earlier today, it pissed everyone off. Now they're not going to donate to me anymore. No! Well. Anyways, let's do it. Let's read some of these super chats. Start getting them in. We're probably going to go till at least 2 a.m. So we ain't leaving by any stretch of the imagination. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Thank you so much. And then look at this, our good friend Ashton. Thanks for becoming a member again. OG2, thanks for gifting a membership. Smokey, thank you as well for gifting a membership. From Bumbly, $5 says, damn it, I didn't get notified you were live because I forgot to hit the bell and select all. Terrible. Blasterbot, $20 says, it's good to see Brian has his own HN to deal with. Yeah, that dude. I'm glad he was here, man. Give us something to talk about. The lefty in his chat that was riffing there. 2 Wills, member 7 months says, hit the like, folks. Big W chair. Thank you. Amicat, $10 says, I couldn't think of any question, but I really enjoyed the interview. Yeah, we're going to start doing it semi-weekly. I think it's going to be great. You know, we're going to get into topics about like the investigation into James Comey, you know, John Brennan, others. I think it'll be interesting. Dean Jacobs, member for 9 months, says, hi, Rob. Hi, I'll always appreciate it, man. Kokomo, $10 says, so base chair. Agreed. Jason Eager, $10 says, chair-tastical and AI music forever. Oh, don't tell Spiro. Lavin, $20 says, despicable. Guess it's up to day shift to pick up the slack. Oh, snap. You know it's bad when day shifts picking up the snack. No snap benefits. Is that what happens? Yeah. Sniper has done more than enough this week. And DebateCon, certainly, it's expensive, man. Expensive to get down there. I hear that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. What a hit. Right, digging that song. What am I doing here? I watched Andrew debate this guy, Coach Greg Adams, a lot of the debate. What a nightmare. Man, that dude, classic example of hubris and just stupidity. The topic was like basically on, is marriage good for men? And the guy concedes almost immediately, yeah, but divorce is bad. Great. So Andrew's like, great, I'm glad we agree marriage is good for men. We just need to limit divorces. Sounds good, agreed. Here's how I would go about it. And Coach Adams is just like, no. And then finally, when it gets down to brass tacks, like an hour or so into the debate, this is when I tuned out. Andrew was like, well, what's your prescription? Like degeneracy? Like, what do you think would help like men in the black community, for example? Because Andrew's providing like all sorts of prescriptions. And this dude's like, nah, I don't think. And the guy goes, I don't have any prescriptions. So he's talking about things like the problems with single motherhood and abortion. It's like, dude, you're embracing the status quo and admitting you're conceding you don't have a plan. How's that going to make single motherhood any better? Chop, $10 says, getting me through another night shift. Thank you, sir. I like the new show. Very informative. Once it takes off, I'm sure it'll also be very engaging. Yeah, I think so. We'll get sort of a format down. Absolutely. Kokomo, $10 says, one number reason for divorce is marriage. That's how based Coach Adam was. One number reason for divorce, right? Yeah, that's the reason we have divorce is because of marriage. Great. Yeah, it was not good, man. He kept like insulting. He's like, the way you dress, Andrew, is the way they would have dressed in the 50s. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm like, I don't even know what he was trying to say. Nonetheless, you know, I actually think there were some lessons that I could take from Andrew in that debate because that dude kept spurging out and like talking over him. And I think Andrew handled it very well. So I took notes, and I'm always trying to learn and improve myself. So, you know, he later said you didn't need to be married to get a divorce. Oh no. Oh no, Bruce. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Uh, Speaking of Bruce, thanks for the $5. Says Panelverse ain't gonna stop me. Oh, the Panelverse. Good luck to them. Boom, 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 boom. I'm checking. No, I can't thank Ryan enough for doing that show with me, though. I was honored that he even suggested me as a potential person to do that show with. Really was. I was honored. So I'll be happy to keep doing that. Now, what are we going to talk about this evening? Like a message? Oh. All right. 1 second. Some cleanup crew here. All right. Now he should be good. All right. Where's the debate with Ryan? The guy I just talked to? It wasn't a debate. His name is also Ryan Mullally. Now, what did I want to do this fine evening? I don't feel like talking about any of that stuff. Drugs. True story. You want to hear a story? It's sort of funny. I find this story funny. There's this like Indian math professor at the university that I went to undergrad at. He's a pretty cool guy. And I know someone who's also a police officer there, and they had to arrest a student for drugs. And basically, the way the police apprehended this person was they looked at his class schedule and knew that he was going to be in class. They couldn't find him at his home, and so they ended up tracking him down to this class. So they knocked on the door, and the professor came out, and they basically told the professor, hey, we need this one student. You know, we got to take him in. We got to apprehend him. This Indian professor walked into class and was like, hey, so-and-so, the student's name. He goes, you're going to jail, bud. I don't know why. I always chuckle when I think of that. You're going to jail, bud. Oh, boy. Yeah. Because he's doing drugs. Yeah. It's a bad deal. Let's see. Is there a debate to cover here? Let me see. What channel was that debate on that Andrew Wilson? We could cover some of this debate. We could do that. Was the Professor Allen Ginsberg? It was not. Boom, 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 boom. Someone asked, what's the best way to learn like formal style of debate? Well, I don't know. Join the Crucible's debate club. That's probably a good way. So next time Andrew's streaming, head on there and they'll hook you up with sort of the way to join the Discord. All right, I'm not going to bore you with this. Let's find the beginning of the debate. So this was an in-person debate, which is cool. Okay, so I have not seen the beginning of this debate, so we're going to look at this debate. I did see about 40 minutes of this debate, so yeah, and Andrew has a debate university course. It's another good place to start. I'm going to try to up the speed to 1.25, but hey, I had nothing else to talk about this evening, so let's do it. Now, here's the deal, though. Real quick. It's 11:40, so by about 12:15, if I'm not at 50% of my goal, I'm going to stop and shake my fist and be like, "Rah!" So let's see if we can get some super chats in there. Come on, Night Shift. I know you could do it. I know you like debate reviews. I know you like having guests. So show a little love. Here we go.
Worth it for men in the West. So let's get into some openings.
It is. The topic is marriage worth it for men in the West? Okay. This black gentleman is Coach Greg Adams. And on the left, we have Andrew Wilson. So, all right.
Statements. Who wants to start off?
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America.
He's lost the debate. You remember the other day when I was like, man, I don't know how many people have ever won a debate in the opening statements. Andrew Wilson just won a debate before he had to speak. Wow. Listen to this again. The topic is marriage in the West good for men? And listen to what he says.
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America.
Marriage is great. It built America. Oh, shit. All right. I guess if I'm going to steal man his position, it is great, but it's now failing, and it doesn't make sense at this point for men in the West. But, man, what an uphill battle you just put yourself in. My goodness. All right, let's keep going. I don't recommend digging a hole so deep that it's going to be nigh impossible to climb out in the first sentence in your opening statement. Normally not something wise to do, but here we go.
Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools, are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced.
So he says, okay, most of your good schools, most good outcomes are people that are married. However, it's not protecting men from divorce. But that's not a problem with marriage. That's a problem with divorce. And so we would still say, well, then you should get married, but try to avoid divorce. Now, of course, his argument will be, yes, but marriage inevitably has a risk of divorce. Now, there was some conversation that I had with my man Manton and some other people about how to respond to this line of questioning. Let's see if that's what Andrew does.
Tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no-fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves.
Now, just to be clear, financially, a divorce is one thing, right? Alimony, child support, etc. But specifically, one of the things he mentioned there was access to your children. The outcomes, as far as I know, are actually worse if you have a child outside of marriage for the man getting custody or visitation. Am I incorrect about this? Right? For example, me and my wife, Courtney, we have a child. Heaven forbid we split up. Yeah, I'm still fighting an uphill battle to get full custody as the male. True. but I think my chances precipitously decline if Courtney wasn't my wife. So, interesting.
Or a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit.
Okay, but even that equivocation, I again remind you, the topic is marriage in the West is a good proposition for men. And listen to what he says here. He doesn't say no. Listen.
Positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no.
So for certain men, no. But that's not what the topic is. Like, I would agree with that. Is marriage right for everyone? No. Of course not. So, I mean, okay, it's only the opening statement. This is not a good opening statement. I mean, he dug himself a hole with marriage is very good and it does a lot of good things. And now this like equivocal statement, well, for some men, I would say no. Very bad opening statement, but it is just the opening statement. So let's see what he says later. Now, I don't know at what point I started watching, but like I said, at some point I watched about 40 minutes. This is not good. So now he's going to have to explain why the downsides of marriage outweigh the already great things he said about marriage. Pretty much in every way, schooling, communities, etc., being married makes it better, right? And when he says for certain non-established men, he would say, no, don't get married. Well, what does that mean to be established? What about the established men? Is marriage good for them? And what is the cutoff for what's established or not? I don't know. This is not, your opening statement, what you should be doing is outlining, giving like an outlet. Your opening statement's sort of like, it's like the abstract in front of a paper. It's giving you a skeleton of what your audience can expect you to say. I would, if I'm doing this debate and I'm in his position, I'm starting up and I'm like, look, I'll be arguing on the side of marriage is not a good proposition at this point for men in the West. There are 3 areas that I'll focus on. 1, economic prospects. Many marriages end in divorce. Getting married would be splitting men who traditionally are higher income earners, and they traditionally marry people that make less. That's splitting your wealth. You would be able to obtain more wealth if you didn't do it. And if it ends in divorce, that means that you're really going to get hosed economically and it's not worth it. Right? 2nd, this area. 3rd, this area. Now, my opponent's going to say that marriage could be good for X, Y, and Z. That could be true. And perhaps in the past, marriage was preferable. But that is not the case in the current secular society we live in. That's how I would go about this. Instead, he sort of is all over the place, and he starts off with like a defensive argument. In fact, he actually starts off with an offensive argument for his opponent. Yes, marriage is very good. It's good for schools, and the best communities and stuff tend to be people that are married. Okay, that's an odd choice. That's an argument you make after your opponent makes it. And you're like, yeah, okay, true, but you don't offer your opponent that argument as the first line. Even if you're going to do it, it's not the first line in your opening statement. So very weird opening statement here. Strange.
There's no benefit for the person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm
right. That's absolutely what Andrew needs to argue. He didn't make one answer or one argument why marriage is bad. He just said when marriages end, it's bad. Okay. So you could say divorce is bad. So from the perspective of Andrew, he might say, well, I'm against no-fault divorce. I think we should make it very difficult to get divorced. Divorce is a problem, but marriage is good. So I say, yes, marriage is a good proposition for men. And to make it better, we should eliminate no-fault divorce, and we should have religious marriages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As far as the volume of the vid goes, there's nothing I could do to increase the volume. So turn up your own volume if you can. That's all I could say.
I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And
But you agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce; it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage; they can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is: what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want.
So Andrew's like, listen, you didn't really make an argument in your opening statement. Marriage is good. You're just saying divorce is bad. So what if my counter proposal is, maybe you'll agree to this, that if this is about mitigating divorce, let's take the state out of it completely. Let's get married in the eyes of the church, a church which will apply pressure through sort of biblical teachings on why a woman should behave in a certain way, and for that matter, why a man should behave in a certain way, that will take out the sort of secular incentives for people to get divorces in the first place. DD says, Andrew had to change what marriage is, make everybody Orthodox, make all women virgins, and remove no-fault divorce. This isn't reality. It's make-believe world. I disagree. He's certainly saying here are ways that we can improve the institution of marriage, but to the effect where his opponent concedes marriage is very good, okay, the debate's over. And so now Andrew's like, well, let's take it a step further. How can we make marriage better? Prioritize low body counts, prioritize religious marriages, getting rid of no-fault divorce.
A divorce and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
My response to that is if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you
in
explain
today's-
the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have.
Now, to be fair, I think Andrew's opening statement would have been better if he was like, here's all the reasons, even in the current structure, marriage is good. And there's a lot. So I think Andrew should have went through some of that and then made his counter proposal, but okay.
A situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
We
it
do
would
have it
work
right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why,
Okay.
because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married in a certain state or she filed in a certain state. So therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yes.
Well,
Listen, I've been to with the divorce attorneys and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in the ritual. You can get married in the orthodoxy. You can get married off record. But if she files and that woman is hell bent on saying we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does
And
your
that-
way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then-
I have is a way for men to avoid
Well, then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply.
The common law argument's interesting here, right? Because now Andrew needs to go further into this, but I can intuit what he's trying to get at here, which is, okay, common law is just like a man and a woman cohabitate for a certain amount of time, and then the courts would say that that's marriage. Now, I think that this gentleman's overstating it. I believe those laws used to be more lax than they are now. But fair enough, right? Let's accept that he's correct. Why would that be any different from someone who doesn't declare themselves married? It doesn't require changing the current reality. That's the point. Andrew's saying you've conceded. What D&D? If DD, let's pause the debate right here. If you're arguing the negative side and you say, I agree marriage is good, and I say, great, I'm glad you agree marriage is good. Now let's talk about ways of making it better. You saying, it requires changing reality for it to be good. No, this guy just said it was good. All he said was divorce bad. Andrew's like, fine, I'll argue why divorce is bad. If your argument is, yes, but 50% or more of divorces end in, or marriages end in divorce, fine, you could make that argument, but that argument has not been made yet. No argument's been made. Many of the things, other than the money argument, which I have to make for Coach Adams here at this point, the only other argument he specified was sort of like children being ripped from you. But that's true if you're not married. And that's sort of the point Andrew's getting here. When you say common law, okay, well, how do you eliminate that? If common law, basically what he's saying here is, even if you don't consider yourself married as the man, the woman will say, nope, there was an assumption of marriage. So then the actual institution of marriage is irrelevant. If a woman could just say, sure, we're married, there's nothing you could do anyways. So you might as well go through the official process of getting married, to the point where this gentleman's admitting that there are good things about that. Chop Chop, $5 says, want to hear this topic, so let's go, people. All right. Look at this absolute Chad. Houdini, $50 says, you're awesome, Rob. Thank you. And Blasterbutt for $10 says, I forgot to ask Tuon the most important question of all. What is his favorite dinosaur? Shame. Ryan, I assume you mean, not Tuon. But we could call him Tuon. And Patrick Finnegan, $10 says, if gay marriage is abolished, and then we remove marriage from the state, wouldn't that put gay and true marriage on the same level all over again? Marriage should be elevated by society and leaders. Well, that's sort of been my argument for a long time. I really don't care what the state says about me being married. There's something more to it than the state sanctioning it. Now, it's also a contract. It's a financial agreement. And for that, I understand why the state's, regardless of what I think the state is, saying there's certain rules for that contract. But we'll continue.
So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
We can agree with that. So
here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all. You're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that the social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's like smoking cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay, so like smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects. So
no, that's the opposite. If cigarettes had a lot of really good benefits, but had a less than 50% chance of having a disastrous outcome, then that analogy would apply. But it doesn't. It would be like saying, well, we'll see.
You would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make believe. It sounds great. The majority of people.
Here's the analogy I put, right? I don't know if Andrew will make this argument, but this is what he should make, and this is what I recommend. This guy seems like an in-shape guy, right? He probably works out at the gym or something. So let's say I'm sitting across from him and he's like, hey, man, like before the debate, he's like, hey, Rob, man, you seem like an all right guy, but come on, man, get in shape. What are you doing? You fat bastard. That's bad. You know, you got a wife, you got a kid. Come on, man, get healthy. You'll do much better in life. You'll be much happier, sleep better, you'll be healthier, and you'll live longer. And you owe that to yourself and to your family. And I was like, well, okay, how? And he says, well, go to the gym, man. And I say, yeah, you know, that's not going to work because actually I've read a study that says 30% of people that work out regularly in a gym at some point get some sort of serious injury. And I know a friend who injured himself bench pressing and then he actually hurt his back to the point where he couldn't work anymore. So nope. He would say, wait, what? He'd say, well, that's not a reason to doom yourself to an unhealthy lifestyle. Sure, there's a chance that by getting healthier, I mean, theoretically, you could wreck on your way to the gym and harm yourself. But that's not a reason not to get in shape. Get in shape. Mitigate the possible negative outcomes. But if we both agree that getting in shape is good and beneficial, and it is the best way to live your life, you can't say, yeah, but there's a chance that it'll lead to an even worse outcome, so therefore I won't do it. The cigarette analogy isn't going to encompass that because it doesn't have the benefits. You see what I'm saying?
People probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't.
Sure.
Right. So
you can offer that.
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering. And here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And also, socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you.
So
I'm
did
telling you
you.
when, all right? We're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way. So
Typically
now
is not-
here's hold on
is
for a
not
second. Hold on for a
must.
second.
Well, I do think that he makes a point here. And his point is like, yeah, but the proposition seems to be marriage as we currently see it. Is it good for men? So if Andrew's like, well, no, it needs to be changed for the majority of the benefits, I understand what he's saying. Now, what I'm saying, though, is to the extent that they've already both conceded the argument that marriage is good, and now it's just about mitigating divorce, Andrew's like, well, let me give you a strategy for mitigating divorce that would mean that marriage is a good proposition if these proper steps are taken, right? His argument, though, is, yeah, but most people aren't taking those steps. Andrew's counter to that's like, but I would recommend that they do. And in that case, marriage is a good proposition. So let me see if I can come up with an analogy real quick. Is it a good idea for you to buy a dog? And you might say, well, yeah, I mean, my goodness, they're a great companion. bring a lot of love into the house, etc., etc. And we both agree to that. And then I'm like, yeah, but if it bites someone, you could lose everything. It could bite your kid, it could bite your wife, it could bite a neighbor, and you lose. Like, that's the downside. It's tremendous. I can't think of a worse downside than your dog potentially attacking your own child. And it's like, well, yeah, but what if we both agreed that owning a dog is good? It's just this downside. What if we mitigate that downside? What if we agree to that? Because we both already agreed owning a dog is really good, except if this one terrible thing happens. I don't know. It's sort of, maybe I'm just confusing things with the analogy, but
Move the
doesn't mean
goalposts.
anything.
You move the goalposts to a scenario of if, and you're arguing
is.
from the if.
Is.
No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is
Give
the
me a
is
chance to
perspective.
listen.
All right,
Give
I'll
me a
give you a
chance.
chance. Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality.
So
You're
am
in
I.
the clouds. Hold on.
incorrect. Men in Christian marriages live 9 to 14 years longer than non-married men. Married Christian men have 46% lower all-cause mortality. Actively religious married men are 60% less likely to be depressed, 50% less likely to commit suicide. Christian married men have 30 to 40% lower chance of cardiovascular disease and heart disease. Men in Christian marriages report up to a 70% higher sexual satisfaction than counterparts. Christian married men earn 35% more and have lower unemployment than their counterparts. Christian married fathers spend 2.5 times more quality time with their kids and higher paternal satisfaction. In addition, evangelical Christians have a 26% lifetime divorce rate compared to 33% of the general population. This means that even under this estimation, where he is conceding right out of the gate that marriage is a good thing, that means 2/3 of marriages end up better. So your chances, you have 66% chance of radically improving your life, according to this gentleman, just by engaging in the act of marriage, even if you're not a Christian. By becoming evangelical, you raise that to 74% from 67%. Regular religious service attendance is associated with 50% reduction in divorce among mid to late life adults. Weekly church attending Christians are 47% less likely to divorce than those that don't attend regularly. Married religious adults have 25 to 30% lowered risk of death than unmarried non-religious adults. Weekly church-going Christians have 40% lower C-reactive problem, a key marker for heart disease. 80% of weekly church attending Christian couples rate their marriages very happy. This is the highest of any group in the United States. Children of actively Christian married parents are 40% less likely to experience depression in adulthood. Intact Christian families produce children with 30 to 50% higher life satisfaction at age 30. The more Christian you become, the more healthy your marriage becomes. Now, in addition to this, the metrics of even secular marriages to non-married single men are better. When it comes to heart disease, depression, all of it. No, that's not what I'm suggesting. One, none of these had to do with orthodoxy. It had to do with people that identify as Christian, which is the majority of the people in the United States. Therefore, it's not some minority population that you were talking about. Secondly, as I said, even non-Christian secular marriages have better outcomes than men that never get married. So the more religious you get, the better your outcome is with marriage. But even those that are not religious, still, men have better outcomes than the men that decide to never get married. There you go. 61% identify as Christian. That's the point. Andrew's saying, great, we concede that marriage is good. It has all these positive outcomes. Divorce is bad. Divorce harms people. But to the point where we concede that marriage is good and only 33% of marriages end in divorce, this means 2/3 of marriages are very good. Great. Right out of the gate. No matter if you're religious or not, 2/3 of people that get married will experience good outcomes. Excellent. Now, for the bottom third, the way we mitigate that risk is prenups and becoming religious. That's the argument. We'll continue.
For a second, you're in the
Okay.
clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold
all
on for a
people.
second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know
yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes. By the way, when you keep
Are we in reality here?
I'm
or are we in
trying.
the clouds?
When
I mean,
you're-
we're
when
not
you're-
we're not arguing
I was
anything
just trying-
legitimate.
I was just
this
trying
is this is in the land of make believe.
well, when
We
I'm
don't have
allowed to
enough-
respond, let
Okay,
me
give me
know.
a second.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here, all right? But the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to
And just in general, if I have this right from old research that I've done, when we break men who take themselves out of the dating pool, right? So the solutions that would be offered if we're not getting married is people that take them outside of the debating or the dating pool. Those have the highest rates of self-deletion, leading to all sorts of depression, etc. Because once you're basically no longer attempting to find a partner of any sort, even just casual sex, all of the negative consequences massively increase. Then there are the people that try to sleep with as many men as possible, leads to another form. The numbers of them of self-harm, depression, etc. are also very high. Also massively increases the risk of things like STDs and declines not only standard of living, but life expectancy. Then there are people that enter monogamous relationships but don't get married. Still have to provide for the woman, etc. When you have children, which both are acknowledging as something good, unmarried men are more likely to lose custody than married men. Women are more likely to have sole legal custody if it's an unmarried man. Studies are hard to come by. Estimates show that never married fathers may secure custody in as few as 10 to 15% of cases. Married fathers, though, secure custody in 20 to 30% of cases, which doubles. So being married would double your chance of actually getting custody than if you're unmarried and have a kid. Likelihood of a woman cheating massively increases when a couple isn't married. 2004 study in the Journal of Marriage and Family found that cohabitating couples reported higher rates of infidelity, around 20% of women, compared to married couples, closer to 10% of women. A 2015 study in the Archive of Sexual Behavior suggested that women in dating relationships, even long-term ones, may cheat at higher rates, 15 to 20%, than married women, 10 to 13, possibly due to lower investment or less social scrutiny. And this data is comparing non-married men to all types of marriage, not just Christian ones. The Christian outcomes are much better. So the data is overwhelming. In almost every metric that you could find, being a man in a good marriage far exceeds being a single man. To the extent where 1/3, roughly, of the marriages end poorly in divorce, those marriages end. Yes, there are times when those negative consequences outweigh the man who never attempted to get married. But in most cases, no. Some more super chats. Infected Mushroom, $2 says, I bet his right ear's pierced. Thank you. And Fan I Am $5 says, look at him all dolled up and flashing his wealth like Floyd, Mike Tyson, or Rodney King. Think that's going to win him this fight. I did hear him making fun of how Andrew's dressed. I guess thereby implying he's dressed really well or something.
give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are you
not.
willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to.
But what I'm not
govern.
going to do is
It's
expect
not
to
my
be arguing
government.
from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay,
not,
all right. So
okay,
anybody
my
have
turn? My turn.
Anybody
Relax.
have anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know when
because
you-
I want to be
let
on
me know
I
when you
want to be
gas
on
out.
Earth.
Yeah, let me know
All
when
right,
you gas
Let's
out.
let Andrew respond.
Yeah, so the thing is it's funny that you bring up Imagine All the People of John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song. And hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So it sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way, a methodology, in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not in make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right,
So here's the problem with this debate, right? I do think that Andrew could argue in multiple fronts at once. And I think it would behoove Andrew to say, let's start at the base level, the absolute worst that marriage gets. Secular relationships. And I'll win even there. On a secular marriage, on average, still better outcomes for men than men that don't ever enter into marriage. Now, I'll argue how to make the outcomes even better. The more religious you become, having a prenup, etc., makes it even better and more likely to have positive outcomes for men. So that's what I would recommend for Andrew here. You know, though I think he's doing fine, but that's what I would say. But the problem is, what is the counter? What is the counter to marriage that's being offered by this gentleman? Like, just don't get married. Okay, what? Hump a bunch of people? How does this solve any of the harms you're talking about? So you're talking about harms of like lack of custody. A bunch of other stuff, you know? How do we solve that? And I actually hear this guy later in the debate say, I don't have any plans. I don't have any way to solve any of the harms. So then what we're left with, and this is a traditional way that I would evaluate a debate, and people that were like sort of did traditional debate in the styles I did in college, if both sides are like, there's a bunch of problems out there, and one side's like, here's my solutions to these problems, and the other side says, I don't think your solutions will work. The side offering solutions are offering offensive arguments, right? Here's my offense. Here's how I could solve harms. This gentleman saying, no, here's my defense. I don't think that would work. And then Andrew says, well, what's your offense? How do you solve? And he says, I have none. So when you hear him talk at one point, he says, the black community's already screwed. Men in the black community, it's too late. He's just offering nihilism. That's it. He's literally just offering nihilism. Nope, I've conceded the black community, men in the black community are done, and probably largely true of men in the West in general. Oh well, just have fun. All the things I said are a problem, you know, abortion and women getting custody and all that will be made worse under the status quo, or is worse under the status quo of the marriage, but whatever. Like, that's not a winning formula for a debate. It's absolute disaster.
returning back to Earth. Now, first things first.
What he should be doing is arguing, even if it's true that marriage is better, and even if it's true that the majority of marriages don't end in divorce, the problem is, if it does end in divorce, the outcome is so much worse for men than if they would have never got married in the first place that you should avoid marriage. That's the way to make the argument. And then say, and here's some hope I offer men for not getting married, and some things that can alleviate the problems that you isolate. But he's not doing any of that.
When it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Have you been divorced?
Well, I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second, because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is the state. So that's what we're arguing from.
Yeah,
that's when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say, you pray to the judge. The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument. And I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long, because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. That's your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only works if it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about, can men get into a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did. So
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question
Yeah,
I ask you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and
Okay,
answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry.
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms, and those things had to be enforced socially? Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away. And women, right, they had to.
So the argument he's making here is from a particular, from just a financial contract point of view. If there's no concept of love or the biblical concept of marriage, whatever that may be through any particular religion. In other words, there's something more than just a financial contract. Yeah, maybe to that extent in those limited marriages that marriage doesn't make sense. But the vast majority of marriage has never been, nor is it that now. Most marriages today are at least done in the claim of some sort of church, and in the United States, most Christian. And it's that concept of love, of sort of the biblical idea of love, that makes marriage worthwhile. That's what makes people happier. That's what makes partners want to stay together. It's not so much the financial contract.
Show cause for these divorces, and they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity.
And by the way, Andrew makes another argument. You said he admitted at some point, right? Well, marriage was a great institution. It built this country. Well, why was it good then and not now? Give the data. Let's see the data. Oh, no. So, according to some studies I'm looking at, the American Journal of Epidemiology study in 2010 seems to suggest divorced men have a 17% higher risk than never married men of suicide. Okay, given that, the very low risk of suicide in general, why is that something that we would evaluate if almost every metric shows that being married is overwhelmingly beneficial? Thank you so much. SH says for keep kicking ass from your body double. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by this sky daddy guy you like so little. But that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even in dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding it? Since men or women are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then we need to mitigate divorce.
We're 15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally called up. Can you tell me
how
how we can get to the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a chance. So you're dragging your feet.
So again, secular. There's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen. Marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child community and all of these things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm...
No, like he conflates things here. He's conflating something that's stupid. Right? The conflation here is really dumb. Yes, it's true. As we go back historically in time and we had things like the Crusades where there were wars between Christianity and Islam, sure, there was violent deaths that occurred, but that's not part and parcel to the institution of marriage for Christians. Andrew's making a simple claim. This person has made a concession. The concession is quite simple. Marriage was the backbone of this country. It did a lot of good, but it's not good now. And Andrew's like, okay, so what's the difference? Why was marriage good then in the 50s and not now? And to say, oh, no, why go to the 50s as opposed to 2,000 years ago? Well, that's nonsensical because there's a lot of other variables that have changed from 2,000 years ago to now, right? For example, we have a lot of, life expectancy's up because of technological advances, because there's less war, because people are more self-sufficient, et cetera, et cetera. There's less starvation, all kinds of shit. That's irrelevant. What Andrew's talking about is this gentleman's clearly saying at some point in our recent history, not 1,000 years ago, not 500 years ago, not even 100 years ago, marriage was a good thing. He said, yes, that was a good thing. I would have recommended. And now it's not, according to this guy. So what changed? And Andrew's saying, I think the change is sort of feminism. I think the change is no-fault divorce. I think basically we've taken God out of marriage. And so my solution is to put God back in marriage. Right? And this guy's like, yeah, but they chopped heads off 2,000 years ago. That's non-responsive. And again, his claim isn't marriage was never good. Prove it. Then the argument's different. Then Andrew has to be like, here's why it was much better at a certain date. But this guy's acknowledging that. No, it was good then. So this is just Andrew saying, okay, we agree. 1940s, 1950s, marriage good for black people, for white people, etc. It was good for men. Now you're saying it's not. Why? What's changed? And he doesn't have an answer.
talking
I
about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
catch up. You're sitting in the
What
cross
does the
from me. I
Crusades
want you
have
to
to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage
Uh-huh.
was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now listen.
In the
if we're trying to drag it back-
1950s? Were we crusading in the 1950s?
You
What the hell are you
talked
talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
but
You're having
do
trouble
you know what
keeping up
marriage-
with me.
do you know what
You're
marriage was
having
like
trouble
50 years
keeping up
ago?
with me. You said
I
2,000
am.
years ago.
Truly,
And
your
I told you
intellect is
2,000
dizzying.
years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which
need
has
you
what to do with
I
anything?
need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have
Uh-huh.
to accept everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now,
What?
here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition,
Uh-huh.
take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent.
It
I
makes
actually
no
don't even
sense.
understand
Well,
it.
that's what. Listen, when you're
It's
when you're
completely
running out of bullets,
incoherent.
when you're running out of bullets,
Well,
the
it's
last
just
thing you do is
incoherent.
the shame. All right,
I'm not
listen,
even trying to
are
shame you. It's
struggling?
just
I
incoherent.
need you to catch up with me.
Okay, catch me up.
Just say you're lacking if you can't keep it up.
It's
All right,
an
now here's the
incoherent.
problem.
It's
Here's the-
incoherent.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
Here's the problem you're having.
2,000 years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit?
Listen,
What does that
you
have to do with
said
anything?
2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religious 2,000 years ago. It's been a part
What
of the
does that
institution.
have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
What is he talking
What?
about?
Listen,
I'm
you want-
listening.
I'm gonna slow you down. I'm gonna
Slow
slow
me
you
way
down
down.
because I see what you're doing here. I'm gonna slow you down.
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is. You're
I
right.
understand.
I
I
am-
understand because you
I
haven't
am
been across. This is your
bedazzled.
toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage.
Now, one of the things that constantly, like, I think's a truly hilarious combination is when someone is so confident, right? And they just have no clue what they're talking about. And that's the position. So he's going to mock Andrew. Oh, yes, you're not smart enough to keep up with me. You're making a nonsensical point. Like, Andrew's making a point. We both agree marriage was good in like the 40s and 50s. And now you're saying it's not. What's changed? And his argument is, well, 2,000 years ago, they chopped people's heads off. I don't understand the relevancy. There's no relevancy there. And when Andrew points that out, I don't even know what you're trying to say. And when he says, oh, of course not, you're too slow to get me. No, you're not making sense. There's no connection. If I Steelman, its position is, well, you're talking about Christian marriage, and 2,000 years ago, Christians chopped people's heads off. I mean, okay. That's sort of irrelevant because you're acknowledging that the Christian marriages of the 40s and 50s were good. If I come in as a third party in this debate and say, you're absolutely wrong, sir, marriages weren't good for the black community or for men in the 40s and 50s. And he says, well, I disagree. Let me explain why. And I say, but don't you acknowledge that 2,000 years ago people used to chop people's heads off? He'd say, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? And he'd be right. Same argument here.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in
we
marriage.
can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court,
Yeah.
there's no God.
Yeah,
you
but
can't bring in your
I
God
thought-
and your Bible. And at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So the thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then
You don't have to agree.
But hang on, calm down. And then you switched over to divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions and proposition. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character, and that the institution has been in place for 2,000 years, and it's been, hang on, calm down.
2,000
And it's been a
years.
strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut people's heads off, what that has to do with the fact that
Correct. That's exactly the point that I'm making there. Fan I am, $2 says, did ChatGPT decide who won the debate? Not yet. And Ron Quay, $5 says, it's the same when people complain about MAGA. What great time do you want to go back to? It's also tiresome. Yeah, totally agree. Remember, keep getting the super chats in, folks. Got to reach our goal of 357 tonight. Look at that. We're only 53% of the way, and we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Womp, womp. It's all right. We're having fun.
1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history. This is not even early American history. That's hang on. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically. And then, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. But all
Correct,
those
he
institutions
says.
were that way because they followed that whole Sky Daddy thing. They were like, "Oh, that Sky Daddy's going to."
He said correct again. Do you understand, like, the stupidity of this? This guy, Andrew's like, well, they were in your grandfather's day, marriage was good. He says, correct. Because they followed that Sky Daddy. Correct. Right. So then when Andrew's prescription is marriage is in general good, The more Christian and the more religious you become, and the more you involve God in your marriage, the better it is. And he's like, that's crazy. But you're admitting it, that it used to be the case.
So what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is, well, you know, guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every way. But that divorce thing is real bad. And I counter. You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, which you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on. And the only thing you could do is say, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't
because
wait.
You said
but can you answer that question? Then
No,
ask...
before.
Oh, of
the
course.
1940s.
Of course, you gotta ask me a question.
Because listen,
before you answer mine.
I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary Sky Daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement. Because by the time the 1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no-fault the 70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
What's up, Rachel? Check this channel and only low IQ people follow. I'm not surprised. Okay, what is the point of this, though? What's the point of that? Sure. But in the 70s it changed. Right, that's Andrew's argument. Feminism and a bunch of secularists helped destroy the institution of marriage. If his argument is, well, it happened so fast, right, which is why we need to go back, and we could probably, the fact that it happened so fast might suggest that we could correct it as fast as well. If we reject what led us to sort of this idea of no-fault divorce. And that is the societal pressures that sort of an ecclesiastic marriage puts on women. And again, what I come back to over and over again is, when he's conceding that marriage is good, it's just divorce is bad, and he's conceding that marriage was much better in the 40s and 50s, including for the black community, and he's conceding it's because of religion. And then lastly, he concedes, I have no suggestions for how to improve the lives of men or black lives. In fact, I think they're doomed. It's clear cut of a debate victories I've ever seen. DD that's arguing here, he's probably against Andrew's position on this. He could at least offer prescriptions. This guy's just like, no, I don't give any. He's just nihilistic. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, we're not going to make it through the full 2 hours, but you'll see.
Hold on for a second. No. I got the floor here. I got the floor. So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did, women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. As soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state, and now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater. So that's the issue that you have.
It sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
The courts. The nation should be.
There's no
courts.
courts.
But how do you enforce that?
What courts? You're not getting a marriage from the state. What courts are involved here?
Everything you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can do it right now. How is it make-believe?
How do you do that when people, the marriages do state?
Yeah.
I know, you want to go back to ecclesiastics. This is
I'll
going to
tell
be a
you, you can
problem.
do it right this second.
Okay,
you can go do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
you
point.
can too.
However,
what do you mean?
Here's a problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years. When these men start getting divorced, what you're doing is you're leading.
We've been watching it for longer.
You're going to lead men into a burning building. And the reason why, and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
That's interesting. And first, it has nothing to do with this debate. Second, interesting if that's true. I'm dubious of that. So then the claim here would be that Martin Luther King, upon his death, came to realize the horrible mistake that integration was. I don't know that I believe that, but interesting if that's the case. But what does that have anything to do with this? Andrew has all the data that shows that Christian marriages end up better. This data is going back generations. So the idea that it's like, oh, Andrew's plan, if we enact it today. No, we've seen it work in the past. We see it still to the extent that people have Christian marriages now, that it works out.
Also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to stick around to see the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men, and that's why he was killed?
I said he misled black people. You missed that part.
Those
He said, okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow. All right, you definitely are slow in the end.
So wait, so then he was killed for misleading black people. Okay.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin
Knuckles
Luther
over here.
King said specifically,
Yeah.
related to black people in civil rights,
Yeah.
I'll speak slowly for you,
Yeah.
that he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The
Okay.
reason why is because the laws of integration
Yeah.
did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off,
Yeah.
to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the
Okay,
results
I understand
of
now.
his efforts.
Yeah.
You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe.
He's just
if
filibustering,
this works,
repeating
I
himself.
would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these
This
marriages.
is really, like, I don't even understand how
You don't understand. I know you have a hard time
I
understanding.
do. I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent, but I'm going to try anyway.
Oh yeah, see, this is
So
I
let's
think
start-
this is his always incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand.
this isn't-
That might be what it is, and
Yeah.
it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly for
I
you.
don't understand now, but I'm going to
Of
tell you
course.
why. I'm going to
Of
tell you
course,
why.
dismissive. I mean,
I'm going to tell you
it's
why.
okay.
It's-
When you're losing, just
okay,
say you're losing,
well,
and I can speak.
Let
for
me
you
know
a
when I
little
can
bit
talk
slower.
and he gas out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
here's
typical tactic, but you
here's-
can work that against these
Okay, so I still
OnlyFans
can't
girls.
talk.
Hey,
Go
listen,
ahead.
you can work that tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debating 23-year-old ignorant women.
See, now this is very similar to what I did. Fine, if you want to just keep talking, you let me know when you're done and I'll speak. Maybe, I think Andrew handled this very well, though.
smarter than you.
But now
They're
you're sitting
smarter than you.
across from a person.
They're way smarter than you.
Yeah, you're sitting across from a person here.
Oh, no.
That's looking at a Neanderthal, say you don't understand something very
Well, let
simple.
me know when he gas out
This
so
is
I
the
can respond.
simplest thing that you can understand.
Okay.
Your go. Your go.
Are you sure? I
Please.
can actually do it this
And
time?
please, put me to sleep. please.
Okay, so
Put me to sleep.
here's why it's incoherent, and there's a bunch of this I don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they going to get divorced? Well, you can only say then via common law. But again, you have no defense yourself against
These are if scenarios.
I don't-
mean, come
I
on,
don't-
man. Please,
I
you
don't-
said I was going to debate somebody
This
that's
is-
going to come.
why do you
this
keep
is an if
filibustering?
scenario.
I'd
Give
like
me a
you to
real
speak.
scenario,
I'd like you to
please.
speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay,
You're giving
I'm
me
not
if
asking you to
scenario.
speak. I'm
You're
asking
trying
you
to
to
invite me
listen.
to your church.
I'm just
I'm not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please
listen.
give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please. I've been here 30 minutes waiting for you to do it.
All right.
Give me a real scenario.
Okay, so what I don't understand here, again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview,
Okay, please.
you keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced. But I'm not proposing that they get married through the state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So if the only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here. But that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission. The second problem that we have here is that I don't have to stick around for 10 or 15 years because we can look at the numbers right now in religious marriage for what this looks like. And here's what this looks like. If you're a Catholic, you're way less likely to get divorced. And if you're Orthodox, even less likely to get divorced. And it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under any
Thank
thing.
you, God. That's
not,
that's the most realistic
not
thing
under
you've said
any,
all day.
but not under any system
Correct.
is that going to be the case.
But
And
why are
even-
Catholics
and
getting
even-
divorced?
and
How
even
do they
if
get
wanted to, They
divorced?
get annulments. They don't even get divorces.
Okay,
and it's
but
a
how does it
really
know?
long
So
process, and it's rare.
Christians have a similar divorce rate than the secular.
No.
So they have a
No.
very close. So how do they get divorced?
I'm gonna
How do
explain.
Christians get
Well,
divorced?
but it's less. And again, one of the things, maybe Andrew could have done a slightly better job of this, is like, look, if we take all divorce rates, it's still about a third. So that means you would have to concede when you say there's, right out of the very first thing you say in your opening statement is, marriage is really good for blah, 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 blah. And if you concede 2/3 of marriages don't end in divorce, Right out of the gate, you have to say for 2/3 of men, marriage is beneficial. Right? Where am I wrong? That's his data. No argument necessary from Andrew. Your data says 33% end divorce. You yourself say marriage is very good. Okay. So right out of the gate, for 2/3 of men, marriage makes sense. Now, is it that 1/3 would have been better off never having gotten married? Debatable. But here's ways to mitigate that, to lower that number. And when Andrew's like, of course, we'll never get it at 0%. He's like, but that's self-evident. That's true with anything. You can take something that's almost universally agreed upon, and there's going to be exceptions to the rule. Losing weight's a good thing to a certain point, right? But what about this person? They were in a car wreck, and the doctor said the fact that they were obese saved them, else their skeletal system would have been broke. Okay, I guess. Well, therefore you can't say losing weight's good because there's rare exceptions. What?
If you, I'll answer your
Please,
question.
please tell me, because I know how to get divorced.
So if
right
you
into
say,
divorce court.
Yeah, I know. So because they call it state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm proposing that they don't do that, right?
Okay, a land of make-believe. If
How's that a land of make-believe? You can go fucking do it right now.
Please tell me
What are you talking about?
What percentage of people do this particular thing that you're doing, that you're proposing?
Why
What
would that
percent-
matter? Let's say
Why
it's
does it
one
matter?
person.
Okay,
Why would that
okay,
matter?
it's one person. So you're taking a very small chance. You're
Uh-huh.
arguing against me that has millions of people on my
Who are
side.
getting
and
divorced and
millions-
you don't want
But
them
you're
to.
telling me a small 20 people in a little house on the prairie
Yeah.
that do these, that you govern people without electricity and,
Okay.
and you riding horse and carriages.
Yeah.
You're telling me that small percentage of people
Uh-huh.
are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is going. How many people are doing this?
Okay. Why
How
would
many
that matter?
It would matter because
Why?
then we can use some data to determine, do these people end up in divorce?
Well, we can
More
do it.
than likely.
This is great because
do.
we can look at the data. So
I
let's
would
look
love
at.
to, please.
Do you want to look at the Catholic data and
Now, here's something that I think Andrew's wrong about. Andrew's now conflating people that are involved in religious marriages who also got married through the state. Andrew, it seemed to me, someone correct me if I'm wrong, said, I'm not prescribing that people get married through the state, only that they have a religious union. And skip the state part. So now when Andrew reads statistics, these are not statistics of what his proposed system is. Now, fortunately for Andrew, these statistics end up better ahead for him anyways, but I do think that it's a point of contention that CGA can make.
No. We're talking about your ecclesiastic proposal.
That
That's what
is
we're
the
talking about.
this is
Okay.
the ecclesiastical
If we're
proposal.
using Catholic and Christians, their divorce rate tends to be very
No.
close.
I'll look it up.
It's very close. Let's go
Not
ahead and look it
Catholic.
up. Hold on for a second.
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay,
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay.
Self-ID.
Self-ID. No, let's just put Christian.
Christian?
He's like,
Christian and
he
Catholic?
likes
You
to
have to
dice up-
define- you have
he
to tell
likes
me
to
what a
di-
Christian
He likes to
is.
dice up all of these people. And listen,
important.
I would love to go to your church one day. I would
Okay.
be a wonderful guest, and I would love to.
Now,
talk.
Andrew does make a point. There's a point here. Who gets to define Christian? For example, I was non-denominational Christian that hadn't been to church in 20-something years. If my marriage ends in divorce, and Andrew Wilson, who goes to church regularly every week, who's married to a woman of the same Orthodox church as him, who calls themselves Christian, do those both qualify as a Christian marriage? Sure, I call myself Christian, but am I practicing? So it seems like that it's worth differentiating between practicing Christians versus people that just self-identify as Christian. But nonetheless, even in the situation where we just take self-identifying Christians, their data is still better than people that don't identify as Christian.
Bible, and I would love to say a prayer with you. However, this conversation is entering.
Can we pull up my screen?
Very much a Sky Daddy conversation, which
All right, we got
then it's about belief.
Brought up Sky Daddy. You.
It's, you brought it up
we
about
got the
the
divorce rates
ecclesiastic
pulled up right
marriage.
here.
That's not.
You brought that up.
What is that?
So that is a religious
if
argument.
you're an
which more
atheist, you
people
should
in
be
a
able to
religion- Okay, listen,
contend with
listen,
that,
A lot of
dude.
people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are going to
cares?
do
We're
this.
talking about mitigating the rates of
Okay,
divorce. It
now,
doesn't matter how many
can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't agree to disagree.
Okay,
I
so
need
you want to
counter
keep it here in your
arguments.
land of
I want
make-believe.
counter
No, I'm not
arguments.
going to argue in your land of make-believe.
Yeah,
and the
because you
clowns.
can't. You have no counter
Because it's
arguments.
ridiculous. It's
You don't have
ridiculous.
one counter argument.
Here's
So you see here, the national average for all adults is 33%. Non-religious is the highest, 37 to 40%. Protestants, mainline Protestants, 30 to 35%, followed by evangelical Protestant. But here you see Catholics, 19 to 25%. Strongest among practicing Catholics who attend Mass weekly. So again, the data that they're all agreeing to, and most of the data I've looked at says, and this is the percentage of people ever divorced, 33%. Now, the truth is, this will include people that were divorced multiple times. Right? So let's say I know a guy, and this is true, I know a guy who's on his fourth marriage. Right? So we're not talking about how many divorces there are. We're talking about the percentage. This is the number we should prefer. The number of people ever divorced. 33% of the people that are married. That's national average of all. So that includes these people. So the share of ever married adults whose first marriage ended in divorce is 33%. That means 67% of people's first marriages, all groups, religious and non, total, 67% of first marriages do not end in divorce. That's 2/3. That includes secular marriages. Super chats. Samurai Shampoo. I enjoyed Samurai Shampoo. Good show. $20 says, loving the debate review, Rob. Now hit the gym, fatty. Oh, you're right. W chair. Chairs hold me up still. Ron Quay, $2 says, he's so smart, his concessions make him the winner. Ron Quay, $2. Andrew L. for divorcing his black ex-wife. Premonition, $5. It's not a debate, a declaration of hatred from them to us. His insults towards Rachel prove it. I didn't get to the part where he insults Rachel, but if that's the case, fuck him. Right. This is why we prefer that 33% number, because total divorce rates include second, third, and subsequent marriages, which have extremely high failure rates. Absolutely. So what you instead look at is the percent ever divorced, which is 33%. Because once you experience one divorce, your chance of experiencing a second, third, etc., massively increase. Right. Andrew's argument is marriage governed by the church have practically no divorce. Absolutely. But even at the baseline, because he keeps saying, well, men, we would have to change. Men would have to change in order to get the good things that you're talking about. The numbers here suggest no, it's still beneficial for 2/3 of men. In fact, 2/3 of people. But if we adapted the prescriptions that Andrew was calling for, we take those numbers down to incredibly negligible. That's the argument that Andrew's making. As far as the insults to Rachel, I didn't hear that. Premonition, you're probably right, but I did not hear that. Did he call her Jewish? I don't know. But Fan I am $50. Thank you. Says Grok said Grok's full of shit, by the way. I don't even know what this says yet, but I don't trust Grok's interpretation of who won debates. But anyways, it says final verdict. Adams had stronger diagnosis. It's laughable. Wilson had the stronger prescription, character, and conduct. Adams leaned on mockery, personal attacks, and interruption. Wilson didn't just win, he won with honor. Andrew Wilson's the clear winner. And Sam, $20, man. Thank you. All right, let's continue this shit show for a little bit longer.
The kind of argument.
Okay, what is it?
There's no God in marriage. How many times do I have to say that?
That's an
If you
assertion.
end
It's
up-
not an argument.
If you end up in divorce court, God doesn't matter. None of this matters. That's real. That's the realest argument that you can possibly hear. Soon as
How do you end up in a divorce court without the state?
Hold on for a second. Hold on
How?
for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like
What does that mean? You look like you live in the 1940s and you dress like it. I mean, real quick. Let's see how Andrew's dressed.
They
Here's
wore
the problem.
hoodies and
Hold on
jeans
for a
in the
second.
40s,
Hold
did
on
they?
for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative, godly marriage,
Yeah.
still got divorced at high rates.
No, they
Once
didn't.
no fault divorce showed up, it started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality
That's
here.
not the
You're
reality.
trying to drag me back over here to the little house on the prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a counter argument?
If
Can I get
traditional
one of
marriage,
those?
I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man. Come on,
Counter
man.
argument. Come
Listen,
on, man. It's not a
listen,
counter
listen.
argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God in marriage.
Oh, there we missed it.
Marriage, I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the
Come on,
counter
man.
argument? Come
Listen,
on, man. It's not a
listen,
counter
listen.
argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God.
There, when I think 1940s, that's what I think an average person in 1940 was dressed like. Ball cap, hoodie. What a load of shit. I mean, what's the implication here that he's like flaunting that he thinks he's more well dressed? Good one, dude. Rachel, thanks so much. $5. Says absolutely gives 0 fucks when a bald man dressed like a lesbian pimp would speculate about me. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. But I didn't hear him insult Rachel, but I only watched a little bit more of it here.
In
so-
marriage. And
That's
divorce
an
court,
assertion, not
there's
an
no
argument.
God in divorce court.
That's not an
I assert
argument.
that there's no
Okay, well,
God
there
in
is a
divorce
God in
court.
divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument
Yeah.
defeated.
Oh my goodness,
It's
boy!
so
All right, did you
silly.
leave your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's
Did
just
you not get a
ridiculous.
nap?
Like,
Here's the
I
problem.
want an argument,
This is the
dude.
absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside of church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you. So let's get back to the
I
state.
don't care if secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state
What do you mean?
and that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I
The
pulled it up.
insults are at the
Pulled it up
very
again.
end out of desperation.
It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19 to 25%. Mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%. Evangelical, 26 to 33.
That's up there.
Now, pull up
That's up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34, 30. That's pretty high.
Orthodox divorce rate. Let's see.
17 to 20.
I see average 33%.
That's
US
U.S.
average.
That's evangelical
adults.
Protestants, dude. That's with the
It says
coalition
Orthodox
of all of
adults
them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. U.S.
Yes.
adult average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much
It
lower.
says in the U.S. 33%. The
They're
Orthodox ever divorced. That's worldwide.
Yeah, they're
This guy doesn't understand the statistics. Yes, that's saying that all adults ever married in the United States, 33% have experienced divorce. The Orthodox, it's 17 to 20%. Basically half.
they're much lower rates.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole
You
point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do we
divorced because you're
mitigate the
enforcing
risk
them.
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate it.
30%.
It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower. They're
Much
saying
it's
lower,
lower.
much lower.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%. This doesn't defeat the argument.
No!
It does defeat
Divorces-
the argument.
those
17
divorces
to
happen in the court
20%
of law because
versus
no divorce cannot
33%.
be reported in
So
that's
this is
not in the
great.
court of law.
Actually,
so what is the divorce
yeah.
that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your Orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside?
Even
what is
lower.
it within that?
It's even lower.
Okay, so add that 10%.
yes. No,
now
no,
we're
no,
at 40%.
No, you wouldn't
Whatever.
add that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
what
divorce.
Are you talking
Hold on for a
about?
second. When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay. You said there would be more that were outside of the door.
No, less.
Outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
There's additional
No.
outside of the marriage,
No.
outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none?
Well,
So you're
no,
saying
no,
there's zero.
no.
Now, I understand the point he's making here, which is if Andrew is saying, but there are, for example, marriages that occur outside of the legal framework. What CGA is saying here, and this is correct, This 33% of all adults that have had a divorce, that's ones that have had a legal divorce. In other words, a marriage that was through the state that then through the state divorced. If there are divorces that happen outside the scope, then the actual number of total adults that have experienced divorce would be slightly higher than the 33%. Andrew's point's like, yeah, but the people that have divorces through marriage exclusively and not through the state are very low. Nonetheless, even if it was one person, it would bump up the total amount of adults that have experienced divorce. Now, I think those numbers are basically nil, but I do see where CGA is coming from. Unless the number is 0, CGA has a point. It would be all of the numbers on screen right there, plus whatever more there would be.
Really?
What are you saying?
Okay, so let me explain.
Please.
So that you understand.
Additional to the 33%.
Yeah, but you have to, can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because
All
you're
right.
slow.
So if it's the case you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state, okay? The Catholics themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from
Andrew says basically everyone adds the state. Okay. But that's sort of different than what Andrew suggested earlier could be a possible prescription. Forget about the state totally. I think that Andrew's stronger point and what he's really trying to say that's getting lost in the shuffle is the state's irrelevant. Sure, you go through that process because there are things about that in our system. Like, for example, to have on paper, this is your wife, helps you with taxes. Or it helps you when it comes to medical decisions that would be necessary. But the state's irrelevant to the actual concept of marriage. And that's how I feel. I don't really give a shit if the state thinks I'm married or not to my wife. I love my wife. I care that God thinks I'm married to my wife. I care that me and my wife think we're married to each other. That's the important part. If the state tomorrow said we're banning all marriage, I'm still married to my wife through God. That's the important part. The people that don't have that portion have far less desirable outcomes for marriage. But that's because they never got married for the right reason in the first place. So yes, and Andrew made this argument with Pearl Davis. I guess he's like, I don't know why you would get married as a man if it's not through a sense of biblical love. Yeah, TL nails it. The number of marriages outside the law would be a fraction of a percentage, a small fraction, irrelevant, yes. I get that, but CGA, to his defense, is saying, like, great. Then when you say, well, we would just say people get married in a secular marriage, not through the state, or a non-secular marriage, an ecclesiastical marriage, not through the state, that doesn't really happen. Right. And maybe if CGA says, well, what would you say to a man who's not Christian and a woman who's not Christian? Should they get married? Andrew probably possibly would say, no, probably not. I don't see what the benefit to the man would be. So, I don't know. But that's Andrew's ultimate point. It's not that you literally need to argue, get married through the church without the state. It's that the state's irrelevant.
from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower than even the percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the risk.
Still a risk.
No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's
the
much
divorce
lower.
Rate is 40%. You're talking about 33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20% to 35 to 40%.
Okay, so that's lower.
Yes.
Okay, that's all you got. Now, here's
That's
the
all I
problem.
need.
That's not all you need because there's still risk. How do you?
No, but
Well, right, there's risk, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't get married. What he hasn't done in this debate is to discuss how the risk of divorce outweighs the happiness and the benefits of marriage. He hasn't argued that. He's not even attempted. Again, I go back to my working out metaphor. If he said to me, hey, Rob, come on, you should go to the gym, man. Get in shape. Health benefits are incredible. Trust me, man. And I said, yeah, but there's a risk that I'll get hurt at the gym. Well, yeah, but that doesn't disprove that I shouldn't attempt to go to the gym and work out. Maybe I would take steps to mitigate that risk. He just keeps saying, all I have to do is prove that there's a risk. No, you need to prove that the consequences of that risk and the likelihood of that risk outweigh the benefits of marriage. And he hasn't even attempted.
He said there wouldn't be risk.
Exactly.
You
So
can't
at this
mitigate
particular
risk
point-
for anything 100%. It's not possible.
Exactly. So now why are we telling men to get married? at that
Because you
particular
have
point?
to, because everything is a cost-benefit analysis.
Now, did you hear that? I mean, he just acknowledges that. Andrew's like, well, there's nothing in the world that we could mitigate the risk 100%. And he says, exactly. So why would we tell men to get married? Okay, if we take that exact same logic to any other number of things, hey, should I get my driver's license? Well, no, because we can never fully mitigate the risk. There's always a chance if you get your driver's license, you'll be in a wreck. So, no. Unless we can prove there's 0% chance risk in something, we could never recommend that people do that thing. That's stupid. I mean, I don't even know what to say. That's his own argument. If I want to be charitable and try to make the argument that he's attempting to make, it would be the outcome of divorce is so disastrous, so much worse than just never getting married in the first place, that any even small risk would warrant rejecting the concept of marriage. But he hasn't even gave any metric as to data on divorce and what it does. He hasn't said anything.
Issue's not marriage. Your issue is with mitigating
At
the risk.
this point, it's not marriage.
It's
This is the only.
mitigating-
Hold on for a second. Can I say this?
Oh my God.
You're-
Can you
Hold
ever
on for a
stop
second.
saying something so I
Hold
can
on,
say
listen.
something?
At this particular point, listen.
Okay, I'm
You're
listening.
telling me from this point, we haven't even got to the entire marriage because you're still over in the land of make-believe. We haven't even got to the other issues
What's
of marriage.
make-believe?
Hold on for a second. We still haven't got to the other issues of marriage.
I'm willing to
So
get to
you're
everything.
telling me about the mitigation risk, and we've wasted too much time on it. Can we talk about the other issues of marriage?
Well,
Which are
okay.
sexless
Can we
marriage.
at least wrap this up?
Yeah,
Please.
let Andrew finalize this, and then
Yeah,
we'll move on
so
to that.
the thing is like, the problem is you said it was a great institution. If you say it's a great institution, even when it was a great institution, people were still getting divorced. So if that's the case, what you're really after is just mitigating risk. And I'm giving you a perfect way to mitigate risk, right? And the fact of the matter is that it is becoming more and more popular to do it this way. Prenup plus ecclesiastical authority almost mitigates your risk entirely, except
Correct.
for common law.
That's
Pick
the-
the state to live in for that. And you, by your
That's the argument, right? Andrew's saying, if you look at my prescription versus your prescription, my prescription is all the benefits of marriage that you agree with, plus the mitigating risk strategy of an ecclesiastic marriage with a prenup. That eliminates almost all the risk and it gets all the benefits of marriage. And your solution is nothing. You're basically acknowledged that we're getting none of the benefits of marriage, which you admit are very good.
own logic can't defer from common law either. You can't protect men from that. So the thing is like, you can't have it both ways. You can't agree marriage is good and the backbone for the West and you really like it and it's fucking great and it's a great institution, but also don't do it because it's make-believe that you can mitigate risk even though you can right this second. That's insane.
Listen,
All right, final
I'm
point.
listening.
final point. Let's get to the other risks that are associated with it. We got that.
That's
we
not a
tackled
final
that
point on this.
That is a
Make the final point and then
listen,
go to
listen. I'm a grown man. I'm not 22-year-old OnlyFans. I'm going to say what I want to say. Listen to this. At this particular point,
You got
we're
me
moving
on that
forward.
one.
Listen, we're moving forward.
that. Okay, we're moving
At
forward.
this point, what are the other risks that we want to guard against? We got the divorce. You're going to put them on the ecclesiastic paperwork. Less people are doing that. Not a lot of people know how to do it. He just got married. He didn't do it. All right. I can almost guarantee.
Probably not.
Exactly.
So what?
So now, less people are going to do this. Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of men are going to
So it
prepare
sounds like we
themselves to
should
do
try to
that.
change that, huh?
Exactly. So that would be
I
a
agree.
very tough
We should
scenario,
try to
and
change it.
most likely it's not going to happen moving forward.
Okay.
There are other issues in marriage
Okay, let's
that
get to 'em.
typically, if depending on what authority you go under, are still a risk for men. Yes, it's great for the backbone, but a lot of men are in sexless marriages. A lot of women are in sexless marriages. The percentage of affairs in marriages are still a big issue. That can't be addressed.
Oh.
Those risks are going to be tough.
But again, like sexless, okay, but if you don't get married, do you think I mean, I don't even know if I are you more My guess is if you don't get married, you're more likely to be sexless. So if we define sexless as not having sex within a year, according to just this simple AI search that I'm looking at, 11 to 15% of married people are in sexless marriages, which is crazy. That's a crazy high number. But if you're never married and don't have a partner, that's 35% of men are sexless. Never married men are 2.5 to 3 times more likely to be sexless than married men. So if the concern is being sexless, you're still worse off to not be married.
And now you have an issue because now whoever's your authority has to mitigate that risk. Now all of a sudden they have to govern or socially pressure the women, and that's going to be difficult to do. 20%, 30% of sexless marriages, 20, 30% of people having affairs. This is not the intent of people who get married. So yes, we have the divorce.
Okay, affairs, again. But the chances of someone, if you're not married to someone, the chance of them sleeping with someone else is also higher. Again, what he's outlining here is worse not being married. You're right. These are potential problems with marriage. But if it's worse to not get married for the same type of shit, then you're lowering the chance of the negative outcome by getting married. This isn't a reason to reject marriage.
We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through the home and force the wives to fuck their husbands.
Oh, that's why it's a straw man. But I'll go ahead and answer. Actually, the ecclesiastical authority does mitigate against this, and here's my proofs. Proof 1. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the arguments before you start freaking out. If it is the case,
Virgins.
your chances of that marriage ending, very, very, very small, 1. And 2, they report that they have a happier sex life. This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people, meaning the more that you take your religion seriously, the more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage, significantly less likely. The less likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of sex when it comes to marriage. And you find the people who follow the traditional faith generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you got to fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck everybody? What are you going to do to mitigate? By the way, you're at the mercy of the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation. You have nothing. You have nothing. Just liberal degeneracy. Give me something you could do that would give any kind of fail-safe against this. One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands.
All right. I think we've heard enough. Yeah, that's not what Andrew's suggesting. He's not saying through force that your pastor forces sex. He's saying that the pressures placed on both the man and the woman will make them behave as better partners in a marriage if you do it through a biblical sense. So, for example, take sex out of it, take the woman out of it. A Christian man is going to treat his wife better than a non-Christian man. Most of the time. Why? It's not because the pastor forces the man. The pastor isn't coming in saying treat your wife with respect, provide for your wife, etc., etc. It's because you are engaging in a religion that tells you that that's what you're supposed to do. And you're in a community that reinforces that. The same is true of the women. From a biblical standard, if the church says, look, or if the Bible says you are not to deprive your husband of sex, and that's enforced through the church and through the society of the church, then the societal pressures are more likely to put pressure on. Similarly, I think they already said in this point, divorce is contagious. When you have a woman whose friends get divorced, they sort of get in her ear and it's more likely to make her want to be divorced. The opposite is also true. If you have a community of good values being instilled in husbands and wives, then they're more likely to exhibit those good values. But you could see, I didn't get to the point, which is hilarious, where he admits, I have no prescriptions, which is hilarious. Fan I Am $2 says he'd probably criticize Jesus for wearing an old robe. Blasterpup $5 says this guy thinks cutting the rate by 30 to 50% depending on our denomination isn't significant on an issue that only happens 33% of the time. Correct. Salty Christian $20. Thank you so much. Chop Chop $5. Thank you. Fan I Am $5 says CGA just wants 0% risk and still live as a free agent lifestyle while being married. Right. Fan I Am then another $2 says sexless marriage is 10 times in a year. Less than once a month. Okay. And not quite dead, $10. Thank you so much. We're close to our goal. Goes off the rails, and just like every leftist, Andrew's backed into a corner. He starts complaining about Andrew making fun of him. Well, he's been calling Andrew slow this whole time. Yeah, not good. I mean, I think that me, or pretty much, as far as I know, and I hate to say this, I'm not trying to be a dick, but pretty much every red pill guy I've ever seen would have done better than that guy. Like he wasn't bringing anything to the table. He was just condescending, interrupting, and wasn't bothering to make any arguments. In my opinion. Chop Chop! $10 says goal. Almost. 15 away now. But an interesting debate, I guess. Andrew did very well. But, I said when I thought Andrew could have done better, and, Chicken Pork Adobo, $5 says, do you think Andrew should have used a country without divorce as an example, since the guy said this is make-believe in the prairie? Maybe. Though the problem with that is a country like that could have so much different cultural values that maybe it wouldn't be as easily comparable. What he said about Rachel was fighting words. If anyone has a timestamp that you want me to bring up with what he said about Rachel, then I'll bring it up. But I'm not going to sift through any more of this. Yeah, I hear you, K-Dog. Yeah. The last 10 minutes. All right.
And you don't like the numbers. Come on, Andrew, man.
That's not polling data.
I thought we were better
That's
than
not
this.
polling data, doofus.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
You want to call
That's
me a
not
doofus?
polling
Hey,
data.
were you going to call me a doofus?
Yes, that's doofus shit.
Yo, man, that's crazy because I asked you for a number, and I'm the doofus. You can't even give me a number.
I gave
under
you
your
heart,
poll data.
dude.
Wait, where's your army at? What's the name of your group? What's the name of your group?
The Crucible Chat.
The Crucible Army. Go ahead and pull them up and tell them how many of them are under your ecclesiastic contract.
And let's make sure we got this straight. How many people are in his live chat right now?
He's got 2,060.
And see how many people are in mine.
Let's go. Pull it up. They should beat me in your ecclesiastic contract. They should floor us in the ecclesiastic contract.
Oh,
4,300.
That's like not even double.
Just one.
All right, we're both doing well.
Just one, please. Just one, please. And now that means I win.
Where they at?
That's
Where they at?
scientific polling
There's
data.
crickets over there. Okay.
Just ones.
There
Just
they
one.
go.
All I got to do is
There's the
ones, and that's
Crucible over
scientific
there.
data.
There's a couple of twos in there. I want the ecclesiastic contract marriages.
Oh, no.
That's what we're asking
You
for.
said, who have I helped?
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
Now, are you guys saying that the comments about Rachel were after this? Is that the claim? This is the last 10 minutes.
No. No, you ask who, for me,
Yeah.
who's followed my prescription.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not
who has
polling
the
data, dude.
I ask you for the ecclesiastic
God.
contracts, Andrew. This is very simple.
What part of
This
we
is
don't
very-
have the polling data, but I
Because
can
you don't have the
logically
numbers.
demonstrate it. Do you,
You
not
don't have the
understand?
numbers. You're selling a fantasy.
We do have the numbers.
You're selling a fantasy.
Oh my God, dude, this is
You're
you're
selling
so
a
low
fantasy to
tier.
men. And I think what you need to do
like
is
talking to a fucking wall.
And I hope that all those cancer sticks that you've been smoking will help your ass live long enough to see how far you led men astray. I would love that for you to survive, and I would bless you by the name of God in the Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints that you survive all them goddamn smokes
You
you've
don't
been
follow
out
the
here.
Jesus Christ of Latter-day
all them
Saints.
smokes you have, so you can come out here and live and see how many
Jesus
men you led
Christ of
astray.
Latter-day Saints. You follow Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Somebody does.
You
More
don't.
people than that.
Give me a
More
break.
people than the Crucible.
The
More
LDS
people that
you are not in the LDS church, dude.
More people than you have under your ecclesiastic contract. I can guarantee you that. All right.
All you have to do is agree to one proposition. Is it the case that you personally think
Not
that
today.
if there is no state contract, you're not win a
Easily.
state contract, your chances of getting divorced are going to decrease? Is that true or false?
If that's true, even if you don't get married, correct. Your chances of getting divorced goes to 0. Oh. And that's the same thing I said. Don't get married, you don't get divorced. The number one cause of divorce is marriage.
Not
Well, the number one cause of choking on food is eating. So don't eat. Oh, man.
Boy,
Marriage,
it sounds like
a state
it sounds
contract.
Like, no, the number one cause of divorce is marriage. Hey, Andrew, let's just say this, man. Listen.
I thought they could divorce you even if you weren't married to him 5 minutes ago.
No, you went through a ceremony. You went through a religious ceremony. So at that point, they can. But if I never went through a ceremony, they can't.
They can sue you for anything by your logic, whether you
No,
went
no,
through
no,
it or
no,
not.
Don't move the goalpost. I said you went through a ceremony. I didn't. All right, those are two different things, sir.
Which part of I don't really again I don't understand if it's the case that you
He's
say
scrambling and scraping for shit right now.
if it's the case that you say
He's
if you're
scrambling and scraping for shit right now.
If you're
Look at
married
him.
by the state,
Look at him scrambling and
if you're
scraping.
married by the state, if you're married by the state, your chances of marriage or divorce
But if you don't
increase.
get married, your chances of divorce is 0.
Yeah, okay, wait a second, I'm sorry.
Your chances of if you don't
Except
get married,
unless you're
your
cohabitating,
chances of
right?
divorce is
Unless you're
0.
cohabitating.
Depends on where you live.
Yeah, so then it's not
That's not
zero.
wrong. Not
so
in
you just
California.
lied. It's not
Not in
zero.
California.
So then it's not zero.
What about if you don't cohabitate?
Yeah, again. So
Again.
now you're moving the goalpost.
No, most of the time. If you read my book, and I bet you can't read. Did you write a book? I'm pretty sure you didn't.
No.
I wrote a book.
My
that
wife wrote a
basically
book, and I take all her money though.
Good. Well, that tells me the type of man you are. Holy mackerel, you're pimping your wife out now. What's
To
next?
write
What's
books
next?
that I
What's
profit
next?
from?
Pimping his wife out, huh?
Those how many books that she sold? Now let me get
I'm
back
pimping-
to this.
I'm pimping
Hold
her
on
out
for a
'cause she
second.
wrote a
Hold on for a
book?
second.
What?
My prescription for men
My
is no. Hold on for a
prescription
second. No.
for wife out to write a book.
Yeah. Well, I guess YouTube's going well if you're living off your wife's books. All right. What's her name so we can give her some shine and sell some books?
Oh, her name is Rachel Wilson, the author of Occult Feminism. I guarantee it sold more copies than yours, sir.
All right. We can look it up.
Let's
It's
look
over
it
that now. We can look it
No,
up.
let's look it
now
up
watch
right
this.
now.
Watch this. All right. Go ahead.
I want to look it up right now. Now I just want to
Now
know.
at this point, what have you done? You're living off the backs of your wife? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Is this traditional marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
Boy, oh boy, men have fallen. I'm gonna tell you that.
Absolutely.
Men have fallen. It's a disgrace. All right.
Man.
You're living off of what? Is this traditional marriage, by the way?
Yes.
Your wife is in a traditional marriage and you're living off her finances? God damn. All right, boy. The crucible is falling apart at this particular point, bursting open at the seams.
Yes, you got
Gentlemen,
me.
What's your book called?
Free agent lifestyle.
You got me, man.
Yeah, I did got you.
I take all. It's true. I take all of her money. It's true.
Well, that's what you said.
I mean, I do.
You said that.
I do.
I mean, I'm not saying something you
all
didn't
of
say.
it, and it's been on guns.
Every traditional marriage sounds great, guys. Traditional
How
marriage
does
sounds
that
great.
sound bad? Who would be upset by that? I take all of my wife's money and spend it on guns. He says traditional marriage sounds great,
That's
guys.
traditional marriage. That falls under traditional marriage?
Sure.
Oh, boy.
What's untraditional
All right,
about it?
That's a great traditional marriage.
It
model.
sounds like great
All right.
traditional marriage to me.
Yeah.
I can't find the numbers, honestly.
Oh,
Well,
that's too bad.
That's what happens. Shit happens. But, it's a bestseller, trust me. You should read it.
So it's hers. It's just sold
But
more.
what have you
It's
done?
just sold more.
But what have you done?
I take her money.
0. Exactly. Boy, I mean, you hear this?
Yeah.
This is the traditional patriarchy masculinity here, in live and in living color. But you can follow him. You can follow me.
I mean, your book is ranked higher on the charts and it has more ratings.
Oops.
Can't find the sales numbers on either.
The sales numbers are what matters.
Oh. Oh.
Let's see the numbers.
Oh.
Numbers.
Uh-oh.
Numbers.
Uh-oh.
Numbers.
Oops.
Numbers.
I'm higher ranked. More people have.
let's see the numbers.
Come on, man. I don't know. I don't keep the data. I don't know what
I
happened.
don't know how many books you've sold.
Millions.
So millions of books. Give me a fucking break with this shit.
How many books you sold?
You haven't
0.
sold millions
You
of
sold
books.
0
You're
goddamn
just
books.
lying and coping, dude.
You listen. I'm higher ranked.
Yeah, you sold millions of
Hey,
books.
look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie, Mr. Numbers guy. I
okay,
got higher
where's the
ranked.
numbers?
Higher ranked. More people
I wanna
have
know how many you've
look at the book.
sold.
More people have rated the book.
Yeah, and
Free
can-
agent
you
lifestyle
can-
for life.
And guess what? You can definitely brigade
For
your own
life.
Amazon shit.
You challenged me.
Show me
You're
the
one
numbers.
challenged me,
Where's
sir.
the numbers?
You sold 0 goddamn
Numbers
books.
are.
Man, what? You saw the numbers.
No,
you
I
pulled
didn't.
the numbers.
I asked you for the sales numbers. How many have you
pulled the
sold?
numbers. Free agent lifestyle for life. Everybody go out by the free agent lifestyle.
Yeah, the free agent never. It doesn't know how many you sold.
I'm higher ranked, man.
So
you
what?
I got more people. Look,
that doesn't mean shit.
Shawn Michael, hey, you see that? I'm higher ranked.
I'd imagine with the ranking algorithm, sales does play a factor.
Come on, man. We already know that.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
What are the numbers?
I don't know my numbers. My probably better than hers, but I know it's better than yours.
That's true.
Right?
I've never
You
written a
got
book.
zero.
I just take the.
I mean,
I just take the author's
You come
money.
up with obvious solutions to scenarios that
And you have
anybody
none.
can.
You just want
Anybody can come up
feminism.
with. I don't have a solution. Free agent lifestyle is a solution.
That's not a solution. To
It's
anything.
not. It sure
it's
is.
just degeneracy.
It's a solution that you don't like.
It's just go fuck dicks.
No, that's what you think. All right, it's a solution that you didn't.
How's it going to help? How's it going to help with
with
abortion? How's it going to help with anything?
Well, that's what de-evolution is for. Read my book, de-evolution. Go ahead and pull that up. All right.
How does de-evolution help?
De-evolution. Go ahead and look.
How?
How about you read the book and then come back?
Just
You
tell
didn't
me.
do your research.
How does de-evolution help?
I figured
with
you were a better debater than this.
Can you
and
answer
be
the
more prepared.
question?
Now, be more prepared next time because I don't have time.
You
for
can't
this,
answer
man.
any
Listen,
questions.
But I'm going to sell some books.
Just no
Free Agent
questions
Lifestyle
answered?
and de-evolution. The link is in the description box below. All right. I did my work. I don't have to explain it. I wrote a book. Your job is to do the work. All right. And that's what we
I'm not going to tell you what I actually think because you have to buy my book. Bold strategy.
teach men to do.
Oh.
It's not about degeneracy. We teach men to do the work and not come up with pie in the sky
To be
fantasies
feminist?
that don't work.
To be
All right,
feminist?
the Captain Obvious.
do you know it
your,
doesn't work?
your solutions are very obvious. Control propaganda. All right, Jesus Christ, man. Look, anybody can.
Here's
go
your
with that.
solution. Do whatever you want. Fuck
The
whoever.
free agent lifestyle. Yeah,
Fuck
baby.
whoever. Just fuck whoever. It's fine. We're not feminists, those guys, even though we have all feminist propositions.
I bet you your wife's body count's higher than yours.
Yeah, I bet your
I
wife.
bet-
What the fuck's that about? What does that have shit all to do with anything?
Body count was higher than yours,
No,
too.
no, I'm not married. I mean, I'm not married. And your wife, you living off of
Anymore.
her. I bet you her body count higher than yours.
You think so?
I know so.
Oh,
I
okay.
know
Just
so.
like you know your
And
numbers?
She's a traditional
Just like you
conservative.
know
I
your
know she
numbers
got
are
ran.
higher?
I know she got ran through more times in the
Gotcha.
Holland Tunnel.
So that's it. It's just now ad
Now we
hominem
just
about
had
my
homonyms.
wife.
Is that what we want to do?
That's where you went.
No, you
Did I
brought
say
her
a
up.
word
I didn't bring
about
up your wife.
Did I say a
I didn't
word
bring up your
about
wife.
your wife?
I don't got one.
Yeah, if you did, do you think I would have?
You brought her up.
I brought my. Did I attack her?
I didn't attack her.
You just said she had a high body count. You lying sack of shit. Show me the proof.
I don't have any proof.
Yeah,
I'm-
you're
she's
just
a
making
tradi-
shit up.
Traditional conservative.
You
woman.
lost the debate,
listen,
so you went
I didn't
ad
lose the
hom.
debate.
I don't
You've
even
been
care
losing the
at this
debate for a
point.
long time.
Your wife has a high body count.
I bet you she does. That's the number.
What's the proof?
Traditional conservative
No,
women
yeah,
have higher body
she's not
counts
a
than men.
She's not a tradcon, dude. You don't even know what you're talking
How's
about.
she not a tradcon and you married her?
I'm not a
She feminist?
tradcon. You didn't
Well,
do
what
your
are you?
homework.
What are you?
I'm a Christian ethicist.
A Christian ethicist.
Yes.
All right. Very good. All right. And
Very
you
good.
still don't know the numbers. How many people follow you?
Follow what?
Follow your prescription. Your master solution. No,
No,
numbers.
I literally have
But you're
given
asking
you
me about
number
numbers
after
and we pulled the
number
numbers.
after number
Oh,
of
my goodness.
the fact that the traditional
How many
church's
men-
divorces are lower.
We got that. But how many men follow your
We don't know the
prescription?
polling
We
data.
don't know.
We don't need to.
Well-
We know that even if they're with the state, it's still lower.
Coach gang, one in the chat. All right, Coach gang, one in the chat. You bought the free agent lifestyle, and it helped you. Put one in the chat.
All right. It's been 2 hours. You guys want to call it?
Yep.
All right, guys. Check them out. That was a
Look how confident this dude is. Look at this little shit. Here. Watch his little nod there. Like he looks like he feels like he just did something here. Watch this shit.
It's been 2 hours. You guys want to call it?
Yeah.
Alright, guys. Check them out.
What a fucking sack of shit. Big man talking shit in someone's wife. Yeah, Andrew brought her up to say, well, she's written a book. That's it. Fucking joke. So many of these people are like that, man. Just super fucking arrogant and confident. And for what? All right. I don't think Andrew even came close to losing the debate. To a guy who admitted he has no solutions to anything and that marriage is good. Oh, look at that. Our man Amagod gets us exactly to our goal. Did someone say goal? Goal! Thanks so much. And then Chop Chop, $10. Thank you. How would I debate who? That person that Andrew just debated? Well, I kind of explained what my strategy would be going throughout it. How would I debate Andrew on it? That's a different question. I actually gave that prescription as well. Chicken Pork, $2 says that guy's as smart as Pearl and Candace Owens. I actually thought Pearl was making better arguments when they talked on this exact topic, if I'm honest. But, all right, let's see what we got going on here. Megan, $10. Sorry. Love your show. Didn't get to see the debate today. Heard it got canceled. Thoughts? No, it didn't. So what had happened was, just to explain what happened, they were having some technical issues at the beginning of the debate. And then they shut down the stream, and then it came back up, and they did the debate. So I just covered the actual debate. So yeah, actually, since 11:30, my entire stream for 2 hours here, the last 2 hours, has been covering that very debate. I don't know why I'm so tired tonight. So here's what we'll do. No, that's not what I want. I have an exciting day tomorrow. I can go pick up the rental car for my car getting totaled. Womp womp. I'm almost at 21,000 subs. Oh, dang. Thanks. You guys are awesome. Where do I see that at? I don't even know how to check that stuff. Yeah, we're going to have a celebration when we get to 25,000. So, yeah, things I have coming up. We obviously have DebateCon. I don't know if it's a good rental. I have no idea what the rental car is. Andrew's solution is not Sharia law. I tell you what, Windmill, you talked a lot during that. I'm going to give you a chance to call in or provide any proof whatsoever that Andrew suggested Sharia law. So go ahead. I'm going to give you a chance to do that. And if not, we're going to say that this maybe is not the channel for you. But we'll give you a chance. I may have missed it. Give me the timestamp where Andrew said Sharia law. More than happy to see it. Go ahead. I don't think that orthodoxy is Sharia law. I think it's vastly different. For example, in orthodoxy, it doesn't say that women have to wear hijab. It doesn't say that women cannot be outside of the home without a male escort. It doesn't say that the prescription for adultery or things like that is stoning to death, or for apostasy is murder or is death. I don't recall Andrew ever suggesting and defending Sharia law at all. I don't ever recall it, and I certainly didn't recall it in this debate. She says Sharia law is the solution. If women has to pay and get permission from her man, the divorce rate will go down dramatically. Oh, I noticed that you didn't say. You said Andrews. You said Andrews solution is Sharia law. Can you show me him saying that? I know that's what you're suggesting your solution is. But I was wondering where Andrew said that. Can you show me? I'm just curious. Or are you just making shit up? Because we'll let you stick around if you say, yeah, I just made that up. That's fine. And you can stick around. So people could see what you're doing. What is the punishment for divorce in Orthodox Christianity? I don't know. Is it murder? Well, hey, something to contemplate. Have a good one. And Gamer, you could join her. You guys will have something fun to do together. Stoning? Yeah. Oh. Anyways, you guys enjoy yourself. So, what do we have coming up here? Obviously, we have DebateCon coming. Would I debate the public at DebateCon? Sure. Absolutely. It doesn't bother me. Whatever they need me to do. What's the schedule going into DebateCon? When's your last home stream? When are you getting back? I'm going to be gone a week. So we're leaving Wednesday before DebateCon. So that is, today's Tuesday. So tomorrow's the 5th. That's Wednesday. So we're leaving the 12th. So the last stream that I'll have is the daytime stream on the 12th. And then I will not be streaming, except maybe little here and there streams from my phone on YouTube, going forward. Until I'll be there 7 days. So I will be back the 19th, I believe. No, man. No, you didn't get timed out. You got banned. And not for that. Am I hosting the extravaganza? I don't think we're doing the extravaganza this week. I'll be at the hotel from the 13th to the 18th if you want to hang out or grab food. I will not. I'm getting an Airbnb with my family, but certainly we'll hang out. Yeah. I'd love to hang out with a bunch of people down there. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Personally, I plan on enjoying myself. But and then after that, we'll come back and it'll be like Thanksgiving business and then straight into the, Christmas, New Year's, all that good stuff. Bunch of stuff coming up. Now, there's one thing I want to talk about tonight before I leave. One thing. Today, it's technically today. It might be tomorrow for some of you. No, I do. If people want to argue with me and debate in a call-in show, sure. I've done them for like an hour and a half. I've debated people. There's one thing I want to talk about. The Panelverse, says Joshua Gardner. No. Go vote today. Go vote. Particularly if you're in Pennsylvania, but anywhere. Don't forget the celebrations of the left when Charlie Kirk was murdered. That's what we're up against. So make sure if you haven't voted that you get out there and vote. If you're in Pennsylvania, vote no on retention of the 3 judges. All 3 Democrat judges, all 3 terrible. Supported the lockdowns and shit like that in Pennsylvania during the pandemic. So please go vote. Thank you. I see you over there, Ben. Thanks for the kind words about the extravaganza. It's not just that I'm not doing the extravaganza, it's that the extravaganza is not happening this week, so that's the plan. I'm going to call it an early night unless someone wants to throw a bunch of money around. I'm going to call it an early night tonight. What do you think? Is anyone that upset about it? And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Trust me. I'm going to raid over to Speakeasy. He's got a debate going on. If you haven't done so already, please consider liking the stream and subbing if you haven't. I would appreciate it. Oh my goodness, Donald Joseph, $50 says just hit casino. My gift to you. My goodness, thank you. Incredibly generous. That's worth a whip song. And Fan I Am, $2 says likelihood of Trump third term, less than 10%. I don't think he'll run. But that's fair. That's a whip wheel song, which will just infuriate half the people that are still here. But every $50 donation come the end of the night gets us a spin of the whip wheel. Oh, it's going to be something dumb. Okay. The Hungarian War Pigeons song. Nice. Enjoy this one. It's a doozy, if I remember. Here you go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day.
Yeah.
All day, all day.
I didn't do it.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
We did it. Wow. We did it. Anyone else? There's no pigeons. I don't know. That's just the prompt that was put in. Anyone else want to throw $50? That was not bad. I definitely get Hungarian vibes. I don't know that I get the pigeons. Return of the King. That's the cartoon that it came from here. Oh, look at this show. Oh, no, it's fun. Anyone else want to donate any money? I'll happily stick around for that, but $100 to pick a specific song. The Peruvian Space Lobster. You see, I would love to just, for free, throw it out there, but then I would lose the incentive for people to pay the 100. We'll see. Maybe someone will throw $100 for Peruvian Space Lobster song. Who knows? Maybe. We'll give you a minute or two. Thank you, Black Elk. I see that. $100 to boot someone. Yeah, but there's no one to boot. I mean, I guess you could boot me for $100. Oh, Donald's working on it. There we go. Listen, here's the deal. I might take away that rule, by the way, because I can see it quickly getting abused. Oh, sorry. Replying to some DMs. Norwal swimming in the okay. All right, folks. Okay, dog. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna wrap up. Unless someone's gonna donate here quickly, I'm gonna wrap up. So I got a bunch of emails I gotta do. Here's some positive news, though. I might be able to give you a sneak peek at something real quick before I go. Now, hopefully, this will be done by the time we get to DebateCon. All right, let's see. Now, everyone's going to get pissy, I can tell right away. But I'm just going to tell you, I've already made my decision. So don't get too mad at me. Here is going to be the first merch shirts that I have. I've chosen the bottom two colors to begin with. The graphite and the black. And then the hats, we've gone with the blue, red, and white and the gray steel black. I don't know how much. I have no clue. I'm not really attempting to make that much of a profit or anything. So I have to see how much the dude charges me. I think I'll also have hoodies. So as long as I'm reasonably getting close to breaking even. But I plan on taking merch with me down to DebateCon. So there you go. You'll have your first crack at merch. I talked to my merch guy today. He seems to be optimistic. We'll be good to go. Yeah, he's a good dude. My merch guy's a very good dude. He's also going to be helping me with... Oh, yeah, they're made to order. Though I am ordering some purchasing up front to take with me to DebateCon. So I'll probably have 25 shirts, 25 hoodies, 25 hats. But eventually he's going to have a website for me and it's going to be not made to order. It'll be made to order. Yeah. Oh, snap. Another 50. Holy cow. Look at that. Well, that's another Whip Wheel song. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and it'll be the Peruvian space lobster. Let's see. Oh, it's our friend. Look at that. Who would have thought? Our friend Avarice's favorite song. This one is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip, well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way, left, right, left. There's a way, left, right, left. There's a way, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Oh my goodness. It's a pretty badass song. Spiro loves that one. Look at this. Scumbag. $10 has never watched you. Tipping because I just saw a video defending your friend Andrew Wilson. Thank you. We're coming to the end of the night, so it's kind of just cleaning up stuff, grifting for money, you know, those things. It's a good song. It does sort of have a Sons of Anarchy vibe to it, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. A message request. Wow, what can that be? You know, I watched like the first 3 seasons of Sons of Anarchy. I enjoyed it. Chicken Pork, $2 says that's the best one, Rob. That one's pretty good. Get Spear out of my email. What? Anyone else? We've been very generous. You guys have been very generous tonight. I gotta say, I'm always impressed with you all. Get my ass on Louder and Crowder. Yeah. Maybe that's something that will happen soon. Who knows? It's there's a lot of ins and outs, a lot of things going on behind the scenes. And I'm not even being secretive. I just mean like prepping for DebateCon, prepping for all these debates. There's just a lot of stuff. It's a hectic time of the year, but it's going to slow down. Are we not, man? $2 says Spiro sucks. And when it does, there's going to be time for me to do some more stuff. Any news on DebateCon? I'm going to talk to Spiro. We're going to see what we could do. We're going to do a show Thursday. But I want to talk to Spiro behind the scenes and see what we got going on. But I have a brutal headache. So I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to take some autism-causing Tylenol. Probably not. That's the plan. And get a good night's sleep. If I debated the public, what would my prompts be? I don't know. It'd probably have to do, it would not be religious. It would definitely be political. But I would try to you have to remember, most of the audience there is going to be right-wing. So it'd have to be stuff that I legitimately believe politically that maybe made me less right-wing. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. I'd have to think about it. All right. Last minute whips in. So thank you to all my moderators tonight. First, special thanks to my guest, Ryan Mullally. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. We're going to be doing a show every other week on Mondays. I enjoyed that show thoroughly tonight. It's good stuff. So go back and rewatch it if you missed it the first 2 hours of the show. We also got a really good theme song. You know. Thank you. Oh my goodness. To all my mods. You guys are the best. My editor, Black Elk. Thank you so much. To everyone who super chatted, everyone that chatted just regularly, everyone who watched, everyone who liked. If you haven't liked already, please like. We're going to be raiding over to Speakeasy. He was doing a debate. So please, please, please check it out. I'm going to go downstairs, hop in the shower, and then go to bed. That's my big plan. I will see you all tomorrow around noon. And then back here. No, there was no extravaganza today, and I don't think that there will be one for the rest of the week. Unless something changes. If something changes, I'll let you know. But no, they're working out stuff with both Andrew and Jake not being around. I think they're going to just take a break this week. So, all right. Well, thank you, everyone. And remember, vote. Vote, 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 vote. Get out there. Tuesday, vote. Never forget the memory of Charlie Kirk and the leftists that celebrated his murder. Prayers to him and his family. God bless you. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.